Hello everyone, welcome to the session. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So there is a small issue with this meeting link, right? So we can record this session as I've started the recording, but we cannot stream it live. Okay, that is the reason I've joined with my personal official mail. All right, so I'm not joined with the Madman mail, right? So you can see that. So this won't be live streaming, but this video will be available on YouTube after the session. Okay. So at this point, this is the issue with this link. So I mean, I cannot in with my personal ID, I cannot do the live stream. Okay, so I hope that is okay. I'm sorry for that. So this meeting will not be live streamed, but will be available on the channel after the session is over. Okay, I'll make sure of it. All right. So then the last session, last revision session, we just went through what all things you have to keep in mind as far as the exam is concerned, right? And there it was expected that some of you might have questions in the next sessions that you might want to clear. Okay. So before doing that, we'll have a part of that where you can ask your own doubts. But before going to that part, what I would want to do is, or what I've done is, I have segregated some questions whose concept might be useful to you in the exam that is happening on this Sunday. All right. So I've segregated out those questions, and those questions we will be discussing today. Around I've got around 10 to 12 questions, so we'll be discussing those questions, and these questions will make sure that certain important part of each week is covered. All right, at least uh, the major weeks, right? So week 1 to week 7, 8, and all. So that is what I've taken care of. Okay. So meanwhile, once I'm done with the question, I'll stop for your own question. We can take the questions and we can go ahead. Okay. Let me share my screen. So these questions are basically taken from previous exams. So you might find these questions in the papers that you might have access to. Okay. But what I felt was going through these questions will help you in the end term exam. Okay. I hope my screen is visible. I'll just open this PDF where I've
Can
segregated. Yeah,
can you make it a little big?
yeah, I'll do that. Okay, YouTube link will not be available for this session. Okay, so the session will not be live streamed as of now, but the YouTube link will be available after the session. Okay, wait a sec. So I'll have to zoom it up. Is visible?
Yeah, it's
Close
okay.
all these things which are not required as of now.
This is okay with me.
This is fine, right? Because I mean, I also want you to have a look at, I mean, complete question statement, right? That's why I'll have to just fit in the screen. Okay, I hope this is visible.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is one of the questions of Jinja. Okay, so we'll start off with week 3. I haven't gone into much of theoretical questions as of now. That you can ask once we are done with these questions. Okay. All right. So basically, this is a Jinja question. Okay. So what is happening here? We can see that there are two dictionaries with the name config1 and config2. All right. And you can also see a template, which is nothing but a simple HTML file. Sorry. So this is the latter part of the question. So let me just go back. So this is a simple HTML file. What is the major content of this file is this div element, right? So my first div element. All right, and this div element is styled with the help of internal CSS, and this is the style. Right. This is the complete. Not yet. So this is the complete styling, and we have to then later on figure out which of the following will be the correct option. I mean, so what is the question? How will the browser render the HTML file generated by the above Python code? Right. So I hope the question is clear. Well, basically, what is happening here? We are using Jinja to create a template. All right, and later on, if you see the last part of this question, here in output and all, what we are doing is basically we are only printing out the rendered part of the template, right, with the data given and everything. So this print will actually happen on the terminal. All right. So when we run this code and run this code like whatever, let's say this file name is template.py. So we run Python space template.py, and we'll see that the code will appear on the what we call the terminal. All right. The template, a rendered template will appear on the template. Sorry, on the terminal, and basically you want to see how will the browser render the HTML so form. All right. So if I try to create an HTML file with the text that has come on the terminal, how will the browser render it? Okay. So this question statement is very common that you will see. Okay. So whenever we are related with we have questions that are related with templates, you might see this, which means that when you run these files, the rendered template appear on on the terminal, which you want to which is then added to a blank HTML file and then rendered using browser. Okay, so what I've done is I've also created the questions on the Python file of these questions. I'll just open these questions in VS Code so that we can directly see what the output is. So I hope this font is visible, and your VS Code window is also visible. So the very first question. So this is the first question, right? It's the same code that I've taken from the same question, and basically we want to see what happens when we run this. Okay, so I'll just run it. This is question1.py. So I'll run it using Python. Python. So we see that there is a template that has appeared on the terminal. All right, rendered one. So we want to just copy this template and go back to HTML, where I can just create some HTML file. Let's say main.html. Okay. Now the main.html is open. I'll copy the content here, save it. Okay. So we can see that, I mean, we don't even need to render. We can just see from here and get the answer, but I'll just go live. Right. So when we do this, we get this. So this matches with option C, right? Now let us go to the question what exactly this is doing. All right. So you can see that some of the stylings that are there is hard coded as a template, as a part of template itself, right? So there is a margin padding. So this is because we want all the, doesn't matter how the style is changing, we want this text to appear in a certain manner. For example, if you see the options, doesn't matter what their background color is, what their text color is, or what their border color is, they have a similar structure, right? Oh, sorry. They have a similar structure, and this that structure we want to maintain. That should happen with all the whatever output we are getting, right? Just give me a minute. Add the person. Okay. All right, so there is some code that is hard coded. What basically matters is, if you see here also, what is the major difference in this figures is the border color, even the width and the style of border is not changing, right? So those things also we don't have to focus. So basically we have to focus on three major things: the border color, background color, and the text color, right? So text color basically is nothing but color here. Okay, so if I go back, I can see the color, background color, and border color have been given with the help of Jinja. So you can see that this is Jinja, and then they are populated with the values of the config1 and config2 dictionaries that we are passing on. Right. So if you see here config1 and the first key of it, right? So it has been accessed with the first key. So this is red, right? So the color of the text will be red. So if I see here, I can directly eliminate option B and option D. All right. So option A and option C can be my answer. Okay. If I go back and see the config to one, which is config to one, that is pink, and that has been given to background color. So again, directly if I see here, I can directly come to option C as the correct one without even checking the third one, right? So this is how you have to approach to these questions. You don't have to keep on understanding everything that is there. these questions are better done with elimination of options, right? So even I had not checked the background, sorry, the border color, I was able to answer this question, right? So if you try to verify question, sorry, config 24 is actually uh, dark blue. Config 24 is actually dark blue. So you can see that the border will be dark blue. Okay, so it completely matches with this. All right, all the CSS based questions and all the HTML template based question, if you see all, if you see figures like this, try to go with elimination of options, right? Try to understand what is difference, what is the exact difference, and you can go ahead with all those all the same things only, right? So if you see here, we were actually or basically differing with these three attributes only, right? What if I had given some different attribute here? That would not have mattered, because all the other options would still have got the same style, whatever I've given here, right? So if I had changed this border style to dotted, all the four options would have had dotted, right? So that is something we don't have to worry about. We have to take care of the, I mean, the intersection of attributes that are varying. So if we see here, only three were varying, and we could do it with among even the two among those three attributes. Right. So pretty straightforward question, but these questions generally create confusion when there are so many things changing. Okay. Any option? Sorry. Any confusion in this question? Hand
So
raised.
what does star mean, sir?
Star means all the element. So if we see, there is this margin and width, right? So I want margin to be 0 pixel and width to be 253 pixel to be applied to each and every element of my HTML, right? So I don't need to, specifically select the element. Star means all the elements.
Sir, just one small confusion.
Hmm.
Like generally in Python, the indexing starts with 1, but here we are taking the same number which is given in config 1 and config 2, right?
It's dictionary, GP.
Yeah, it's dictionary. Yes, that was my doubt. Yes.
Yeah.
So we have to take the direct key, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
in the
take
dictionary
it.
we have to approach by the key only, na?
Yes. Yeah, key
So
value
see,
pair. Yeah,
had
key
it
value
been
pair.
It's not
lists,
list because initially I also got confused, but later on I realized it is a dictionary.
right? So that's this. Yeah. So this is other confusion, right? So had it been a list, you could have seen 0, 1, 2, 3. So 0 is not appearing. Why? Because this is not index. This is basically, this is not index. This is accessing a particular value of a dictionary with the help of key.
Key value pair. Yeah.
Okay. So let's say if this one was written something like this. Oh, so I don't have the config one. I do have, I guess. Yeah. So if this one was written something like this, how would you have accessed this? Like this. Right, so it is just accessing. So integer key is directly accessible, which creates the confusion. So if 1, 2, and 3 were given in words, there wouldn't have been any confusion like this, right? Because we know that we are accessing the key, accessing the value with the help of key. Clear, right? I'll just change back to
Yes,
the
sir. Clear.
original
Thank you.
version and save it. Okay, so what we did was we ran this Python code, and whatever came out on the terminal is actually what we copied and then rendered it. All right. So in some cases, generally with the questions that do not involve Flask, we will see question statement framed like this, right? Like this. How will the browser render the HTML file generated by the above code? All right. Had there been some Flask involved, we could have added some endpoint, and what will be the output of this endpoint, right? Or what will the server return for this endpoint, like that. So we need to understand what is basically happening, and then those things will be helpful, right? Okay. So I'll move to the next question. Next question. Yeah. So this is again based on Jinja, but what I actually want to show you is, I'll show with this question exactly. Okay. So this is again a Jinja, and you can see that there is a template which says data science combines A abilities and competence in B and C to draw important insights from data. All right. So now this is something that will get rendered and printed out, right? So here we are not actually worried about render, because render meaning the HTML rendering. We are not worried about that. You can see the question: what will be the output on the terminal? So that is what we are interested in, right? Now output on the terminal will depend on what data we are passing. All right. So if you go about this data, you can see that the placeholders are 1, 2, and 3. That is A, B, and C. Okay. But here, with the when I go with the data, actually there are actually four placeholders, right? So A, B, C, and D. All right. So if you see here, if you try to render this, you will see that it will ignore the extra data that is given. Okay. So let me just open this code and copy this data basically. Yes, I've copied this data and I'll open the other question. This question number 2. Okay, so this is the question. Okay, I just will add data, what was that? Data dictionary here. Okay, I just set the dates and everything. Okay, so this is my data dictionary, and basically what I'm doing is rendering this template with this data. So let me just do that and see what happens. So it is data science combines programming abilities and competence in mathematics and statistics to draw important insights from data. So what has happened? The A has been replaced with the dictionary A, right? So this programming, mathematics, and statistics, and you can see that the machine learning, which was there with the key D, has been safely ignored by Jinja. All right. So that is why we have this answer. Go back to slide. So what will be the answer here? Option A, right? Data science combines programming abilities and competence in the mathematics and statistics to draw important insights from data. Okay, so this is the case where the actual data given is more than what was required. All right. Now let us see the next question. In the next question, it is there. So the data that is given, some of that data is relevant and some of that is not relevant. Okay, so there is no A, but there is B, C, and D. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just change it. So there is mathematics, statistics, and programming. There is no machine learning. So this programming has been replaced with machine learning here, and then there is no A. Okay, this is the modified one. Okay, now if I go with question number 2, what I'll get is data science combines abilities, right? So the A placeholder has been left out because it did not have data for that, and remaining things remain same. Right. So here, but here you can see that since it was a placeholder that was taking some space and there was nothing provided, it has this extra space here. Right. The same thing has been framed in the options also. Right. So correct option is B, and you can see that there is an extra space. So that will definitely come. Okay. So what basically this question tries to say that Jinja will ignore the extra data and will not throw error if the data is incomplete. Okay. It will just leave it blank. Okay, now why is this question important? Because if I go back and do it with string, from string import template, so this is another way of creating template, right? And here I'll also change the placeholders because the way it is done for string, which is an inbuilt module in Python, is different, right? So how do we do? We use and, not and. This, this is what we do, not this basically. Dollar. C. All right, so this is how we give placeholders for string template, and then there is no render method, there is substitute. Okay, what we are doing here, we are providing data which is incomplete as far as the placeholders are required, right? Right, because we do not have this A. Okay, let us try to run this. So what it does, it shows key error that the A that you are trying to populate is not there in the data. Okay, we would have got exactly same answer had there been something like this, the previous one, right? So if I do this A here and simply save it, then we have all the data required, right? Right, so you see, we are getting the same answer that we had got with Jinja. Okay, so string and Jinja are very similar if the data is sufficient. Okay, they would give exactly same answer if you see. Okay, but this answer will differ based on what we are based on the data that we are providing and what templating engine we are using, right? So in Jinja 2 it will ignore the extra data and will not throw error if the data is incomplete, but in string we want the exact data to be given. Okay, hand is raised, somebody want to talk, you can unmute and
Yes, sir. I was reading the documentation for Jinja. It says something about this. I think it says that attribute, if it's not defined, then it will just it returns an undefined object. Is that what this means? When you don't have the AE defined.
so basically we're not talking about returning something, right? We are basically trying to render with the values. Okay, so yeah, you can consider that if there is none defined, none will be printed. None meaning none as literally will not be printed, nothing will be printed.
Okay. Yeah, I think it meant for this for like a statement to be printed. So
Yeah, right. So basically what we want is, so I mean, what I wanted to give with this question is to understand the difference between Jinja 2 and string. Okay, while string is very specific with what values we are trying to print and what values we are providing as a part of data, Jinja is a bit flexible, right? And it has to be because Jinja is used with HTML, right? We won't be using string with HTML, right? HTML by itself doesn't throw any error, therefore we would not want something that is incorporated in HTML keeps on throwing error, right? So every API that is used with HTML does not throw error; it will simply ignore it. Okay, is that okay?
yes, yes. Good.
Sir,
Hmm.
in case of question number 17, if say for example we could have been handling with string, since d variable was there, so we could have got error like key error d, right? The previous question of this set only, sir. The previous
Previous
question
question.
of this one only. Sir,
Previous
am I
question.
audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, in question
Previous
number
question.
17, there were four placeholders A, B, C, D, and D was missing. Yeah, this one. Yeah,
Oh,
no, they just next
this
one.
one.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
one.
Like
Hmm.
here, D is given, but in the temp variable, D is not there. So if we could have been handling this question with the help of a string, we could have got key error, right?
Let's check because as far as I see, key error should not be there, right? Okay, let's do that.
No, with string. I'm saying with string.
We have A, B, C, which is there, and D is something that is extra. So it does. That's what. So it should not throw any error because see, it will only throw error if the data is insufficient.
Data is insufficient, not in excess, right?
Mhm. So this is common with Jinja. Jinja also was not throwing error when the data was in extra, but was even not throwing error when the data was insufficient. In the string, we will we'll get error, the key error, that the key that you're trying to replace the actual data with is not there,
Correct.
does not
Got it.
exist there.
Got it. And Jinja provides a space if some placeholder is missing. Got it.
Right. So this is, I have given questions in previous quizzes based on this also, right? So we are using Jinja, we are using string, and then we are giving excess data. Okay, and we are expecting, and we are asking that which of the following will throw error, whether with string or whether with Jinja. So none of those throw error, and the data is in excess.
Excuse me, sir.
Hmm.
In Jinja, if you don't pass the data itself, then will it give same data, same no error only, right, sir? In
No, no,
Jinja.
no. It won't throw error because it will search for keys A, B, C. It doesn't find any of those, and it will simply ignore those and keep on printing the blank space. Okay,
I
let's see.
mean, no data is given.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so we are using string right now. Okay, let me change it to Jinja. The two, and then this dollars will be replaced by double curly braces. And then the substitute method is not there in Jinja, it is removed. Basically, I might get error if I provide data and not define it. Okay, so this is a complete different story. This is a Python error. Okay, this is not a Jinja error.
Yes, sir. Remove data only.
Okay, so I get data. So this is a Python error. If you remove the data, we will not get any error, and simply, it will print with whatever it had. Basically, it had nothing. So the template will be printed with the none values. Okay, so that is what. So Jinja is supposed to not throw error. Jinja. So last error that we got was not Jinja's error; it was Python's error. All right. So Jinja is not supposed to throw error even if it got no data, even if it got less data, even if it got extra data. Okay. So the reason that I've told, right, because Jinja will be using with HTML, and HTML by itself doesn't throw any error anywhere. Right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll move to the next question. So these two questions were actually combined ones. Okay. Okay. Next question is basically Jinja with Flask. All right. So this is Jinja with Flask with an additional component of something called as macro. All right. So we had not taken macro anywhere before. We had just used it. Probably you may have seen it in the questions or not. I'm not sure. But this is where we'll try to understand what macro is. Okay. So we had a brief discussion that macro, what function is to Python is what macro is to Jinja. All right. We'll see that how it works. Okay, so I'll open the question. So this let us try to understand what the question is. So basically it is a Flask application, very basic one, where there is one base URL defined. Okay, and there is one list with my course. All right, it has multiple courses, and we are basically returning an index.html with the list my course. All right, and what is there in index.html? Index.html has a macro created, and then it is called. Okay, and what is the content of macro? So when you call it with a variable list, that is argument list, it will iterate through the list and simply prints the course, the content of the list. All right, so let me go back to the question number 4. Okay, so this is what the question is, and I also have templates and index.html. Okay, let me just correct the indentation, although it is not required, but it is just for the clarity. Okay, so this is index.html, and we will run this question 4. Question 4.py. So question 4.py is running, and this is base URL only. So we can see that the list is actually getting printed, or the courses in the list are actually getting printed one below the other. All right, and this is pretty intuitive. If you see the page source of this, you will see that all of those appearing in a paragraph tag. All right, and since paragraph tag is a block element, it will not allow the other courses to come just beside them. All right, so if I see and go back to inspect, all right, and see try to target one of it, you can see that the complete space is being taken by this element. All right, that is the reason you won't get app 2 just beside app 1 and others. All right, so you can see that here question D is out of the question. I mean, option D is out of the question. It will never happen like this. We can change the code and make it like this. That is a different story. But since we are trying to print all the courses in P element, which is a block element, it will not allow this thing to happen. Okay, so
Sorry,
D is
if we
anywhere.
had span instead of if we had span instead of the P, we would get it like this.
Yeah, we would get this.
Yeah.
Okay, we will get this without spaces.
I think we can put like a ampersand NBSP. Then it
That's
will
something. Yeah. So anything we can do. It's not that there is a limitation. We can do that, I'm just saying with the code that is given, we cannot use spaces. All right. So this is something why we are not getting. So this is out of the question, right? Again, so we are not trying to print the list. We will try to code or change the code in a way that we get all these options. Okay. I'm not sure how to get this. Probably we'll have to think, but let's see. Okay. So we'll go to the index and try to understand what basically macro does. All right. So here, if I try to write a Python function, I'll write def func. Okay, and then it takes argument x. Okay, and then the function definition is written within x. Oh, sorry, within this after this indentation. Right. So I just write x equals to x plus 2. So x equals to x plus 2, and then it returns x. Right. So basically, if I call this function something like this later on, on 5, I should get, and has to be given to some other variable, right? So if I do something like this, I'll get 7 stored in y, right? So this is how function works. So basically, how do I create a function in Python? I define that I'm creating a function. I write the function name, write the argument if it takes any, and then define what the function is and about the return. So basically, the return here in Python is analogous to print in HTML, right? So if I try to, and then later on when I want this function to run, I'll have to call it with the actual argument, whatever it takes, right? So similarly, this is happening, right? So in general, when I want to create a macro, I just define a body, something like this. Okay, every condition, every block that is to be written in HTML using Jinja has to be written in these blocks. All right, now I want to create a function. So the def in Python changes to macro in HTML. All right, and I want to, let's say, create another function, let's say display 2. Okay, it again takes the list. Okay, and then the function definition, once the function is defined, the function definition has to be written within the same block. All right, so here I'll write, okay, so this list has been given as an argument to this function. So I can use this list variable anywhere I want within the scope of this function. Same thing like this, right? So here I can use this function. So I'll be using for loop. Every time for loop is uh, not a required thing, right? So this is what we're trying to create with this function. That's why I'm using for loop. That's it. So for course in list. Okay, and basically what I want to do with the course, I want to print it in span. All right, and once I am done with whatever I want to happen with the course in a for in the for loop, I'll end the for. Okay. Why is this end block required always in Jinja? Because in Jinja there is no concept of indentations, right? In Python we specify I am ending my for loop here, or I'm ending my if statement here, or my definition of function is this with the help of appropriate indentations. But that is not the case with HTML. That's why we have to specify where my function is starting, where my block is starting, and where it is ending. All right. So this is end for. So for ends here, and similarly my function definition also ends here. So therefore I'll write end macro. End macro. All right. So here I've called. So this is just the definition. Well, nothing will happen if I simply run this. I mean, save and run this HTML file, right? It will only come into picture when I call it. Okay. So similarly, I'll have to just call. Two, and we'll be passing on the list that we are providing through the template. Okay, let's save this, and this is something that I don't want. Okay, let's save this and try to. So this is the change happening in HTML itself, right? So I just have to go back to my front end and reload this. Okay, so you can see that the fourth option, right? Now how is this space coming? Because I have given the space here. Okay, everything within the template will be considered as a valid character, therefore the space will. All right, and if I do not want this, I could have used that and NBSP. Okay, but this is simple. Right, so this is how I've created another function. I've called this function where it is printing with the help of span.
So is that space visible in the output, sir? Can we go to output?
Yeah, it is there. See.
Okay. Sorry, on screen it is. I'm not able to
Okay,
see
okay,
it.
just give me a minute.
Yeah, yeah. Now, yes, yes. Now it is visible.
Okay, so this is how it will come. Now let's try
And
to print the other one.
when space will not come, sir, you are saying something. What is that? One is, yeah, this is one option. The other option you are saying something. And what are you saying?
So this is the right way of giving a space, right? So let's say if I write something here as a content, and again if I give another span, okay, and I write hello, okay, it will not matter how many spaces I give here. Okay, this will not appear. Let us see. You're seeing this? Doesn't matter. I gave 4 spaces, doesn't matter. It will still not give that space to me. Okay, but if I really want to give proper spaces, actual spaces, what will happen? What should I do? I have to write this. This is called as HTML entity. NBSP. Okay. So if I want to give multiple spaces, I just keep on copying this.
So if we give BR, then it will appear like one entry per line, because in the P there is a one line gap. That's all the other variation.
Yeah. Okay. So wait, this is not dollar. This is and.
1%.
Are called as HTML entities, and there are many entities. You can see that now the gap has increased. So this has increased to 3 spaces. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. So this is how we give extra spaces. There was, I don't have it
And the
now.
content of other span tag is coming in between of every value. Yes.
Yeah, because it is actually happening with the loop, right?
Yeah, yeah. Got it, sir.
No, basically what I wanted to show that doesn't matter how many actual spaces, the space we understand we give, it will, the HTML will not understand that. Okay, and it will not give the spaces. For that to happen, we have to do something which HTML understands. Okay, this is what it understands. So I'll remove this.
So in the above one, instead of paragraph, if we just give the course in the second bracket.
Like this.
Yeah, let's see what changes.
This will happen. Same thing. Same thing happens. It's just that now AppDev one this part till machine learning does not have any tag, and this part has a tag. Okay, you have to verify. We can do it with page source. See. All right, and now this is again a good what we call proof justification of the HTML not understanding spaces and breaks. All right, so you can see that there is an additional breaks coming after every course, and there is a lot space here. If I see that is coming after every course, but still it doesn't understand that. Okay, it's only the tags and the entities it will understand. Okay, and hence in the output, here's the output. Here is the output. We'll get the same result. It's clear, right? Things will be very different if I don't ask you to render the HTML and tell me the output on terminal. Okay, because see, what the output on terminal will be this. This is what is rendered, right? So in the output on the terminal will have spaces and they will appear one below the other. So that will happen. And why is that happening? Because in the template that I'm using, there is a break after every line. Okay, so the for loop break actually brings about a break of a complete line and prints the course into next line, right? So once the first course gets printed, then it gets a break. 2 times, and then again it will be printed like that. So you might find questions on that also, where we are using for loop in the template that in the Python from Jinja to import template. We are using for loop, and the actual print that is coming out is quite varying with the template. Okay, here when I render the HTML, it will not exactly vary because HTML doesn't understand those spaces and breaks. Okay, this is clear, right? Okay, now I
Sir,
want to,
this
yeah.
last part could not get it, sir. What did you say? You may find questions like, so what was that? Sorry, I missed that.
So you can find questions like this, like this. So this is actually the template, which is not in HTML file, just a multi-line template. All right. So here, if you try to run Jinja for loop, it will. And if the question is that I want to see what will be the output on terminal, not the rendered HTML, the output on terminal, then it will differ actually. Why? Because if you see here, this is the output that I have got by rendering the HTML using Jinja, right? But this is the output that is rendered. So we can see that HTML doesn't have any role in actually positioning these elements.
So in that case, whether it will appear as a list or it will appear as like we discussed, so one para below one para, then one para tag.
Yeah, so that case you have to take care that if we are asking our output on the terminal, see, output on terminal will be a raw HTML, not rendered. So it will follow Jinja. Okay, the way Jinja puts breaks and spaces. All right. But if you are asking about a rendered template, we are not really bothered, or HTML by itself is not really bothered about whether there is a space or whether there is a line break. Okay. So rendered template, this output on terminal, this. Okay. So there is this difference. This actually the output on terminal for the actual code that was there before will be this. So you can see there are appropriate spaces here, and that will
Right.
come after every break. Okay, every for loop. Okay, if I don't want this breaks to happen, let us go back. So if I don't want these breaks to happen, I'll just give this. This is called as white space control.
So this also came in the quiz, one of the quizzes.
So let us reload this. Okay, no change in HTML as such. Now let us see the page source. Yeah, so you see this. Okay, now this space between data science is actually the template space, right? So if you see here in the data, where is the data? Here. So this space is because of the data science, and this space is because of the machine learning. Otherwise,
So
there
that
won't be any
so
space.
that will be clearly mentioned that whether we are rendering or we are taking the output of
Yeah,
the.
yeah, definitely. You can see the question, no? Where is the question?
Yes, yes.
Ah, no. In the starting only itself it is there. What will be rendered by the browser? Okay, so rendered by the browser meaning rendered HTML. Okay, now let's try to get the other variations also. Okay, other variations also. Not sure about this. We can
So
find out later, but this is simply printing of list, right? Whatever list we have given, that is simply getting printed. So I'll go back to my index.html and I'll write this. Got the list printed. Okay, so all the options are clear, right? So if I want to really bring about the print here, what should I do? Go back to this code. This is the index.html, and what I want is to take them. Okay, let's do something tricky. I'm not sure if this works. Let's see. So we will have to, I guess this is a rerun, right? No. Syntax error. It will come as a string, right? It won't understand this. Anyway, so that's why I said I'm not sure how to bring that part, because this is just one of the variations that you can bring. So anyway, we won't have at this stage, we don't have any way of doing this. At this stage, we don't have. We can do some manipulations and can get that, but this is something that is definitely not happening with this code. All right. So basically, what will be the answer? Option number C.
Sir, in this case,
Option
fine.
number C.
The
C.
So what is the
stuff you are
final answer?
C. C. Option C.
But we are rendering it, sir. We discussed that when we are rendering it, then
Yeah. Right. So, right. What was the actual question? Where is the actual? Let me go to HTML. This is as it is, right? No change. Yeah. So what was the actual question exactly? There wasn't any white space control. Okay. There wasn't this display to and display to list. I'll comment this also. And this course actually had a p tag, right?
yes,
So this
yes,
p
we
tag
had
will
we
make
had.
sure that it comes to
Yeah,
the next
yeah,
line.
got it. Block line. Yeah, got it.
That's where we started off with. Okay. No server running. So I did not comment that, but I hope you got the option, right? Clear, right?
Yeah, thank you.
I
Okay.
had a doubt.
Hmm.
You had made a change in the middle. You'd added that string and NBSP
Hmm.
and all of this. Could you just explain that again, please? What that did?
Yeah. So basically, what I meant was, let's say we are using an inline element, right? So that was, let's say, span. So this is my inline element that is coming. Okay. So the course that I want to print is within the inline element. Okay. And here I want to add another inline element which simply says hello. All right. So what is basically what I want to print? Course name and hello again. Every time that should happen with the loop. All right. But okay, let me just print this. Let's see what happens. So when I do this, and let me comment that also. We don't want this list to appear. When I do this, what happens is there is app1 hello that is happening. But the problem is, what I want to do is I want to add spaces here. So let's say if I add spaces, I should get some good spaces here, right? But I'm not getting the actual good spaces here. Okay, one space is okay. That is understood by HTML. But if I give multiple spaces here, if you can see, this is quite a big space, but still that is not coming here. Even if I increase this, that will not be taken care of or understood by HTML. All right. But if I really want this spaces to come after every loop, okay, what do? I use HTML entities, which are not the tags, but are used to, used to tell HTML that we are actually giving space. Okay. And one of that entity is this ampersand NBSP. This is called as non-breaking space. Right? So you can see this non-breaking space. So what does this do? This will add an actual space between these two elements. Okay, and then depends on how many I'm adding, those many spaces will keep on adding. All right. So if I do this,
So one of these is one space,
yes.
essentially. Okay, got it.
Right. So if I give, how many did I give? 5 or 6 around I gave. So I'm expecting multiple spaces to appear after every right. So after every course and help.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that's why we are using this NBSP and everything. Okay. I won't change this question anyway. We'll move to the next question if this is clear. Okay. So the next
Yes, sir,
question.
it is clear.
So the next question is about Flask again, and we are using request. Why you're using request is to understand how input is given to the Flask. All right. So we know that we can give input to the Flask view function with the help of URL. All right. Now it can either be a part of endpoint or it can be a part of parameter. All right. So if you see here, this URL. Okay, this URL, if you see, let me just zoom it a bit. So you can see that there is params. Okay, this is a part of endpoint, but whatever follows, course equals to mat1 and stream equals to programming, these are parameters. Okay, and these parameters are actually identified by the question mark. All right, so with question mark, I specify that my endpoint actually is done here, which I am to define in the Flask, but the values that I'm trying to provide in the form of parameters are something that is followed after the question. All right, so I can see that this course is mat1 and stream is programming. So the way Flask handles something given within the endpoint or something given as a part of parameter is different. Okay, just give me a minute. All right, so basically, if I'm giving some information to the endpoint or to the endpoint, meaning to that endpoint with the help of URL, I'm expecting the endpoint should be capable to handle that information and actually work with that information. All right. And the way endpoint will work with that information differs on how the information is given, whether it is a part of endpoint or a part of parameter. Okay. So if you see here in the options, you will see yeah, how can I have all the four options? Let me zoom out a bit. Okay, I don't know. The page they just shifts. Okay, so if you see the first option, option number A, you can see that there are no parameters given here. Okay, the values are not going through the endpoint. If you see here, I've created an endpoint. In this option, I've created an endpoint such that the values are going as a part of endpoint. All right. And if you see here, the values are actually not going as a part of endpoint, they're going as parameters. So how do I differentiate? How I make sure that the Flask view function understand or deal with or is actually capable of dealing with the values that I'm giving. All right. So let us try to read the question and understand what it is trying to ask. Okay. So this is a Flask application from Flask import, Flask and request. We are using two things, and we are the endpoint which actually is capable of handling this URL is supposed to come here. Okay, and then the app.run and everything is there. All right. Now, since this is the endpoint I'm giving, what can be the other option, right? Directly looking at this might not make you clear what I'm trying to say. Okay, so let me go back to the code and open that question. It's question number, not 4. Okay, so I've not created a question for that, maybe because there was only 2 lines of coding. So I'll just create question 5. Question 5.py. Question 5.py, and I'll create that Flask and everything. Putting Flask and request. Okay, and then we'll create that app object. Okay, here now I want to create the endpoint. So it was app.route. Okay, and the endpoint is, let's say, params. Okay, now if I want this endpoint to handle 2 things for me, what are the 2 things? Sorry.
The parameters 1 and 2.
Close this application and I'll close these files also. We don't need these anymore. Okay. So So it was course and stream, course and stream. Okay, so before going to this, let me try to give you the variations of endpoint. Okay, so let's say if I type this http colon forward slash 127.0.0.1 colon 5000 slash params. Okay, so this is params. Here, if I give like this, course and stream. Okay, this is one way of writing the endpoint. Okay. What is the other way?
The question mark.
Just these two, right? So these are the two ways of writing the endpoint. Here, when I write something like this, the course variable and stream variable are part of endpoint itself. Okay, so when they are part of endpoint itself, they are handled within the endpoint. Handled within the endpoint meaning I have to mention them here itself. Course and stream. Okay, and then write the endpoint. Sorry, the view function, whatever it is. Okay, now since
So,
these,
sir, you would have to also mention that course is a string or something like that.
no, by default it is string.
Okay.
Okay, so if I do not mention anything, it by default it will take string. It is similar to any Python function, right? Input also by default it will take string. Command line arguments also by default it will take string. Unless we provide the data type, it will understand it to be a string. Okay.
Also, sir, like we have written courses in bracket. Course in bracket. Why is that? Like, why can't we write just like params, like that variable? Uh,
Like this.
yes, sir.
So what is the difference? Why is params not taken as variable?
Because it is like routing it to that place, hard coding it.
Routing I'm creating, no. How do I
Pardon,
tell
sir.
the endpoint that let's say I have, okay, let's say I have this endpoint, okay, abc slash pqr slash puv. Which of these endpoint or which of these values that you're seeing abc slash pqr slash tu, which of these is a variable and which of this is a part of
Sir, all are part of the.
endpoint? Now let's say I want to make tuv as a variable that I can give,
Okay.
pass on the
Okay.
endpoint. So just to specify that, I have to give this angle bracket.
Okay. Got it.
I can give it anywhere. For example, if I do this here, this means that ABC and QV are part of endpoint, but PQR is something that is also part of endpoint, but I can give it anything, right? So for, if I defined it something like this, I can give in the URL tab, I can search for it like this, slash. If I define it like this, okay. But if I define it something like this, it is hard coded. I mean, it is hard coded. I cannot use anything else in place of PQR.
Okay.
Getting, so I
Got it.
need to specify that this is the variable and this is the hard coded endpoint.
Okay, sir. Got it.
Because see, everything is a part of string. So how do you differentiate that?
Okay, sir. Okay.
So that's why you have to provide that string. Okay, so I'll just remove this. Here, if I write this course and stream as an angle bracket, I'm specifying that course and stream are a part of endpoint and course and stream are variables. Okay, so when I do that, this is something. Now, when we first talked about Flask, what did we say? These are the endpoints that trigger these functions, right? Because we don't have a way to implicitly go into the server and trigger these functions, right? So what do these endpoints do actually? They trigger these functions. So when they trigger these functions with these values, these functions should be capable of handling those values. That's why we give them as arguments. So whenever you create a variable within the endpoint, that variable has to be given as an argument of the function. Okay, and then once these variables are here, okay, so let me just write this return. I'll write fstream. I'll write fstring. Okay, and I'll write my course is course and stream is stream. Okay, now that I have both the values in my function, I can use them the way I want. Okay, this is one way. Now if I write this app dot out and I simply write slash runs. Okay, now this endpoint, when I'm defining it this way, it is not capable of taking course and stream. Okay, so when it is not capable of taking course and stream, and I really want to pass course and stream to it, how do I do that? With the help of parameters. So how do I do that? Like this. Course equals to, let's say, add one and the parameters are separated by and. Okay, stream equals to like that. CUS. All right, so this means that this is not a part of endpoint. As you can see, this is not a part of endpoint, but still you can pass these this data in the form of still as a part of URL. Okay, so when you want to do that, you will have to write it something like this. Now, when I give this data, what will happen to this data at the backend? My backend should be able to handle that data. For that, we use okay. Now this is what I here I have to create the function. Okay, now since no value is given as a part of endpoint, no value will be given as a part of function as arguments, right? But still I want to take the values if they are given. Okay, now I have the what we call provision to whether or not give these values or not. I can just stop it here itself without giving these values, and this parameter will sorry, this function will still handle. Okay, so what it basically does is it simply checks if some arguments are given along with the URL as parameters. So how it does that? I'll just write args equals to, it uses that request that we have done, that we have imported, and stores it in request.args. Okay, now this request.args is actually a dictionary. Okay, so basically, if I try to simply return what it stores, I can write args. Right. This also takes care, I mean, this also does not limit the number of parameters that we can put. All right. If you see this course and stream, I cannot put something like this here, an extra. I mean, here it is just a definition. In the URL, I cannot give something like this. Level, let's say something like this. Level. I cannot give because it is not defined. The endpoint is not defined like that. Okay. But when I do this query string, it is a dictionary that is a variable dictionary. So I can just give whatever I want, any number of parameters I want. It's like and level equals to. So this function can handle any number of variables that are passed to it as parameters, and it just has to be separated out with this question mark. If I do not give this, sorry, I do not give this, nothing will come here and nothing will be mentioned. That's all. It will just ignore it and not throw error. Okay, unless what this ours is used within the function somewhere. Okay, here I'm just trying to return them. Nothing will be returned if nothing comes in. Okay, but if it comes, it will be returned. Okay, but in this case, the way this endpoint is defined, I will have to give course, I'll have to give stream. If I do not give this stream, I don't get any argument in place of stream here, and therefore, just the way Python throws error if the function does not get argument, this will also throw error. Okay, let's try to check these two first. Okay, let me save this, and these are just for understanding. So I'll comment these two. Okay, so these are the URL that I'll give in the URL tab. All right, and this is the way I'm defining the URLs. Just save and then run this application. So this is okay. So just to make some changes, just to give you some differentiation, what I'll write is I'll write params 2. Okay, because see here also I've used params, right? Okay, now let us run this question. This file will be Python question 5.py. 5.py. Okay. This definitely this is not found, right? So when I just give params, it again gives me not found. Why? Because this is not the endpoint I have defined. What have I defined? I have defined, along with this, I have defined something to be given as course also, and something to be given as stream also. So then my endpoint works. All right. But in case of the other one, see, even if one is missing, it will still tell me not found. Okay, so that is the issue with this. So we will take only one or two arguments, one very specific, which are specific to this application that we are creating. That's why we use this type of endpoint creation. Okay, but if I want to give some data, some credentials or something like that, for example, codes and all these are credentials that can be given with parameters. Okay, so let me try to visit the other endpoint. It is params2. Params2. Now, if I see, if I do not give anything, not callable. Okay. Here I'm done. Just dot answer. Don't want to call this. See, so if I'm not given anything, it will still give me the blank list. Okay. And it depends on how many I provide later. So I just have to give question mark. Okay. And it doesn't even matter if I have to write that I had to write only stream or this. I can just write anything I want. Name equals to this. We'll take that. Okay, so I've given one argument, it will take one argument. If I want to give multiple, I'll just keep on separating them with the help of and right. So this is how the way we give information to the endpoints and create the endpoints, right? So now if with this information, if we go back to the question and try to understand this endpoint, so what is the question? What exactly question is? We want this endpoint to work properly. What, sorry, this URL to work properly. What should be the endpoint definition? Okay, what should be the function definition? All right. So if I see this params, this has to be a part of endpoint. This means that this base URL will definitely throw not found. All right. So I will not even read this. Okay. Let us go to the other this thing, other options. So this is params. This is fine, right? Because the other arguments or other values that I want to give has to be given by uh, are given by what we call as query parameters, right? So here this would work, right? And how will this work? Because see, I've taken arg as request.args. All right, and then I can just simply access one of those. And as I said, this will happen. I mean, this will be saved as a dictionary. You can very well access the dictionary values with it keys, right? So here, if I see the output, you can see that it is a dictionary, right? Course Mad1 name others. So you can see that this is the key and this is the value. So if I really want to access Mad1, I can just go to R because that is what I've created in the options. In my course, it is R's. Sorry, in my function, it is R's. Okay, that is what I've been returning. But in the question, if you see, it is R. So you can see that how is course access and how is stream access. Right? So this is the function that will work just right for the URL that I'm putting. This will not work fine because if I define this, I'll have to give course and give stream always. Right? Otherwise, it will show not found. And since it is not working with params, it will definitely not work with the base URL also. Right? The structure has to remain same. Okay. So this is how we give, I mean, this is how we handle various types of inputs, various ways of giving inputs to a particular view function and defining that view function. Okay. Is this clear?
Yes, sir. So,
Yes,
but one query I'm having over here.
Mhm.
So, is there any specific reason when we should, I mean, reason, not exactly reason, is there any specific condition when we should use params and when we should use these argument parameters, actual parameters, like course and this thing, while in the application?
Yeah, so
Because
let's
both
say,
are giving me results, but as you said, that in first case I have to specifically mention both of them, and in the other case I can optionally mention them. But what if what if the scenario is like this, that I need both the parameters, or value of both the parameters? At that time I think it will not make any difference, but there must be some conditions where it can make difference. That's why I just wanted to know.
yeah, so let's say if I have this endpoint, something like this. This is my endpoint. Okay. So you really want this data to go like this? Your name and password.
Oh no, okay.
Name
No.
equals to
Oh, it will display over
ABC
there, right?
and password equals to whatever. You don't want everything to come in the form of URL.
Right.
Therefore, you define this endpoint and then give values with request body, not URL.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and for example, and these parameters are given by us, right, or whatever the way we are defining it. For example, let's go back to our lab assignments where I said uh, something like this: create course, or let's say update course. So here you would want the course ID to go, right? Therefore, you would use this.
Right.
Okay. In this, using question mark, then course ID equals to 1 is unnecessarily tedious.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you want to do that, then you will have to create links also, because see what will happen basically when you create links like this, the same links can be created in HTML also very easily just by running the for loops. Are you getting what I'm saying? So let's say this is the endpoint that you have created. How do you trigger this endpoint? When you click on update button in the app, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in the
Right.
app, that update button has href.
Yeah.
In href, is it easy to provide something like this or something like this?
Definitely that course ID in the bracket. Yeah.
So these are the two different cases.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
So the correct answer is option B, right?
Correct answer is option B. Yeah, this one.
Answer, if we could have passed that, mad one and programming,
Hmm.
as an argument into the function def info, then even option C could have been correct, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely. No, so basically, if we are passing, then this will not happen with this, right? This URL will not do that.
Ah, then this will not do, right?
So we are asking specifically for
Ah,
this URL.
yeah, got it. Yes, yes. Everything has to be looked at.
Okay, all right. Now let's move to the database. All right. So these are just questions that you will see uh, that test some concepts or some syntax, if you call, but are very handy, right? Okay. So what is this? Consider the following model classes section and book corresponding to tables, section and book respectively in the SQLite database. I hope you got this statement, right? So this class section will create table section and this book will create table book. All right. And these are the schemas of the two classes, right? Or the two tables, right? So basically you can see that we have used section ID, section name, book ID, book name. That's all. All right. And what we are doing here is books equals to db.relationship with a backref. So backref is there. And then there is an additional column also. All right. Can you tell me what is the relationship between class and book, section and book?
One to many.
One to many. Is it many to many?
No.
No.
All right. It is one to many. Why is it one to many? Because in one to many, when you create a child, you have to specify the parent whenever you do that, right? Whenever you create a child, you have to specify the parent. And specifying a parent has to be done with a physical column. So you see that this is a physical column here, not backref or not relationship. All right. So this basically is not a physical column, but it will allow me to go to the book and find out section of, right? Because we are using backref, right? So section dot books will give me a list of books that belong to a particular section, but book dot section of will give me the section in which a book belongs, right? Sorry. So section dot books will give me the list of objects, and book dot section of will give me a single object because it is a one-to-many relationship. Okay, now let us go to the question. So if an object S1 that represents an existing record in the table section is defined as S1 section dot query dot get one. This means that the primary key of S1 is 1. Why? Because we can only use get when we are using primary. Alright, so section dot query dot get one will give me the primary key. So S1 is the object in the section table. Alright, now the correct way is to add a book with the name Wings of Fire that belongs to S1 using Python console. So what I want to do is I want to add a book, and the book name is Wings of Fire. And since a book is the child, I also need to specify what section it belongs to. I need to specify the parent, right? So definitely if I go to book creation of object, I'll have two things, book name and section. Okay, it's what differs is the way I'm providing or the value that I'm providing to section or section of. Okay, just give me a minute. I hope you got the question. Just try to understand the question. Right. So if you let me go back. So if you see this book, there is a book ID, book name. So whenever I want to create a book object, I'll have to provide book ID. I don't need to do that, right? Why? Because this is a primary key. So it will be taken by itself. But I need to provide every other physical column. All right. So book name I have to provide, and also have to provide section. Okay. Now if you see here, book name Wings of Fire is common to everything. What actually differs, where exactly this query differs is in section. So if you see when I'm writing section, I'm writing two different things actually, section, section of, right? And in the values also there are two variations. Either it is a primary key or the object itself. All right, getting this? So when you, so what will you provide when I use section? Will I provide object or or the primary key of the object, or vice versa? This is the question. Okay, is the question clear to you?
Option C is correct.
Option C is correct. Okay. Why do you think this is
No,
correct?
Why
Sir,
not
I think
option A?
option A is correct.
I
Option A
think
is
option A
Yes,
is
A
correct.
is correct because section ID is automatically taking na.
see the thing. Okay, okay, fine. So let us go to this question. So there are three attributes in book. Okay, I want to create a book object, and there are three attributes. All right. So when there are three attributes, this attributes I don't really have to take worry about. Why? Because this is the primary key one. So basically, I have to take care of these two attributes. Okay. Book name. What is the data type it accepts? String. So Wings of Fire is okay. Section. What is the data type it accepts? Integer.
Integer.
Therefore, when I write section, I'll provide primary key. Okay. So if I go back to the option, section should have one. And if I see option number C, section cannot have object because object is not the type that it is taking. It is accepting, right? Section will only object an section will only accept an integer number. In our case, what is an integer number? The primary key. Okay, and also it is also backed by this foreign key, right? So what is basically what integer it will take? It will only take the primary key of section. All right. So with this, option A will be correct. Okay, so when there is a real column, actual column, I'll provide the primary key. Option A is correct, no issues.
okay. Okay.
But when I actually but oh, where is that? Yeah. So what is this backref? When I write book dot section of, what do I get? What am I expecting?
List of books.
List of books or single object?
No, list I will get.
Single
Because
book,
it is
no?
one to many, na?
Yeah. So book will have multiple sections or multiple section, sorry, one section will have multiple books.
One section will have multiple books.
Right. So if I talk about book, it will belong to only one section, right? It cannot have a list of sections. Getting?
Yes. Mhm.
So when I see book section dot books, I'll get a list of objects, book objects basically, because one section can have multiple books. Okay, but when I talk about book dot section of, that is the reason I'm using this off. Okay, so if it is good for reading, right? Book one dot section of S1, like that. So when I write book one dot section of, I'm expecting an object to be returned, single object, because that book
Yes.
will belong to only one section,
Correct, correct. Yeah.
right? So when book dot section of returns an object, it can also accept an object, right? I can just provide
And
book dot section of and the object, and it will be given to that object, right? So if I see this option number 4 here, section of, I'm providing the object. So this is also correct. Okay, in both the ways I can create. So what you can do is create this actual tables and try these two queries. You will get that the wings of fire will be added in both the cases. In case 1 also, that is option 1 A and option D. Right? So section takes primary key, so I cannot provide object. Section of it takes object, so I cannot provide primary key. That is the reason B and C are incorrect. Okay.
So just to reconfirm, can you please go a little up where there was a definition of that? Yeah, over here, in case of section, whenever we are inserting a data, that books is not a column, right? Not a physical column over there, right?
No, no, it's not a physical.
And what exactly happens, like when we mention that, I understood why we mention it, but when we mention that internally, anywhere it stores it or temporarily it stores it anywhere or something?
Yes, right. So when I see, what happens is we have this book table, right?
Yeah,
So in book table, there will be multiple entries. Like let's say book
yeah,
ID 1, book name ABC, and section 3,
right,
like that. So you can have multiple entries like that, and you
yeah,
will see that let's say there are two books which can have same sections because it
yeah,
is one to many. So
yeah.
section 3. When I retrieve this book with the object, let's say S1 dot books, what will happen? It will query that relationship object. Sorry, that relationship, it will query, and based on the foreign keys, where the
Mm-hmm.
foreign key is 3, it will retrieve all the book objects for that
So in the memory, it will store it for that particular time, is it?
internally. Yes.
Okay, just to get retrieve it faster, is it because of
Yeah, yeah,
is it
yeah.
for
So
that?
you can consider
Okay,
it to be a view that we see in DBMS, right?
okay, yeah, 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 right. Okay, and that view will be consisting, like we are talking about a view for section or view for specifically that relationship.
View for relationship, no, view for complete section. So what will
Complete
happen,
section. Okay.
that will happen for every object, every section object,
Mm-hmm.
right? So let's say
Okay.
S1 is the section, so section S1 dot books, when I try to query that, I'll get a list of all the books that had foreign key as the primary key of that section.
Okay.
Okay, so internally
Okay.
I'm not specifically storing it somewhere, but it is retrieved with the this foreign key attribute.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Otherwise, if I don't want to use this, what I can do is books. I'll query the books dot filter by section equals to 3, like that, dot all.
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay.
this query, it is doing that for me.
Okay. So I need not specifically filter on section.
No, you don't need to. You can directly write S1 dot books for where S1 is the section,
Okay, okay, I got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right, right, right. Okay, perfect.
and
Even if I query something about section, it will also retrieve me the no, retrieve me the books also because that books is in section.
yeah, that's what. So for getting all the books that belong to a particular section, this is where we are using this books.
Okay, okay, got it. Okay, perfect. Got it. Thanks. So it will basically it will for me, while writing a query, I can directly access that column as if it is existing in that particular.
Right.
Okay, got it. Okay, thanks.
That's right. So you can again go back to the one-to-many relationship live session that we had, and you'll see
Yeah, I will
this
do that.
in person.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so basically there are two ways. So from this question, we can understand that there are two ways of assigning object or the parent to a particular child in one-to-many relationship. Okay, so in our case, book was the child, and when I wanted to create a new book object, when I wanted to create a new child, I had to specify what section it belonged to, what parent it belonged to. So to specify the parent, that can be done with two ways. One is to directly provide the primary key of the parent with the help of this attribute, because this is a physical attribute that you're providing. All right, but let us say you don't know what was the primary key of that particular parent, right? But you know that there is an existing object called S1. Okay, so you can simply use this backref section of. So this section of is coming from backref actually. Okay, so that backref attribute can be used, which is not a physical column, but still can be used. This is how relationship is helping us. Okay, so section of equals to, since it is object, we have to pass it on the object to it. Okay, that's why both the options will give you the correct addition of object in the database book. Okay, if this is confusing, we can see this in real time in the live session where we discuss one-to-many relationship. Okay, just have a look at it. Okay, any issue? All right. Now I'll move to the other question where I'll be talking about error handling in Flask. This is something that we have not talked about. Okay, probably you people are aware of from the content and everything, but in live session, as far as live sessions is concerned, we have not talked about error handling with Flask. All right. So let's say I want to show error. For example, when you create this login page of your project, also you created the login page and you want to log in and you passed on the incorrect credentials. What does it say? You may have coded that it will render user not found, or this not found, or invalid password, or invalid username, whatever it is. Okay, this is the error page that you could render when something went wrong. But did you observe the status code? What was the status code there? Sorry. Okay, so probably if you have done this in project, rendering wrong.html or incorrect file.html, just try to get what the status code is. Okay, you will see that the status code is 200 okay again. All right, even though your app is trying to give an error, it is not intuitively said or communicated with the status code. Why do we have status code? Basically to get the kind of response that we got from the server, okay, based on the request we made. Okay, we made a request that was not valid and we are getting a 200 okay status code, which is not intuitive, right? Page will get rendered, no issues with that. Okay, error.html, invalid credentials, or maybe in week 3, probably in week 3 lab assignment, week 4 lab assignment. Okay, week 4 lab assignment where you used Flask for creating that subject code -s student ID -c course ID. Okay, what happened when I wrote a student -s and gave a course ID? You get something went wrong, right? Something went wrong was very good, right HTML that was there, but what was the status code there? The status code was still 200 okay. Okay, this is where we need to think that I want something that is error, but I want that error to also be reflected from the status code itself, right? So this is what is called as error handling with Flask. Okay, so this error handling you have quite extensively done with API lab assignment, right? You are returning 400 bad code, you are returning 404 not found, you are returning 500 internal server error. You could return it very easily there, right? But within the Flask application, running Flask application with a proper front end, you will see that you retrieved a wrong.html or error.html, but the retrieval status code was still 200 okay. We did not want that. What should be exactly there? Invalid inputs and status code 404. Something went wrong. Something went wrong meaning not found, basically. Something went wrong is when the server is not even working, right? So that is not the right status. So I want 404, or let's say if I write invalid credentials, this is the bad request that I made. So it should give me 400 as the response. So this is done with error handling. Okay. So if you see this question till here, till else, it sounds pretty similar. Okay, from Flask, we're importing Flask and redirect and URL foreign render template. The only thing we did not import it till now was abort. All right, and then there are basically two lists. One is data science that has ML techniques, ML foundation, ML practices, and then there is programming list which has Java, Madwan, system commands, and PDSL. So these are all strings and a list of strings. All right. And then we have created an app.route that is courses. And then, so there is a difference between these courses and this course, right? We just saw a few minutes back, right? So this course is a part of, is embedded URL. Okay. String cannot be changed, but this is a variable. Okay. Course. So I can just provide any course I want and then see where it belongs, right? So what is basically I'm doing? I'm just providing the course from in the URL and then seeing that what this basically view function does. So this view function basically it takes that course, okay, and then it searches for that course in the data science list and then in the programming list. If it found in the data science list, it will return something. If it found it in the programming list, it will return something. Else there is abort. Okay, let's say if I had not known about error handling, what could I have done? Okay, let's do this on the right. Question number. So this I've just copied the models. I thought I'll go into detail, but I guess that you can. Okay, question number 7. All right. So this is the original question that was there. Okay. Now forget about this abort for a minute. Okay. We'll forget about this abort for a minute, and I can do this. Return f course not course not found. Okay, and I'll run this. Question 7, right? I'm there, right? Okay. So this is my question, and this is running now. Let's go to the front end. Base URL not found. So what is actually the endpoint? Courses, and then I'll provide let's say Java. Okay, let me see if it is right. Yeah, capital. Okay, so if I hit this, it will give me okay programming course found Java. All right. Then if I go to ML foundations, data science course found ML foundation. This is fine. So I'm getting good response. Okay, but when I do this, it's course not found, which is absolutely fine, right? Because here in my programming courses or even in the data science courses, there is no mat tool. So what is the issue? So if I go back and inspect and go to not here, sorry, network and reload this. So what do I get? Course not found was the preview headers. Let me just put it this way. Sorry, the right. Don't need this much of screen. Okay, this is course not found if you cannot read this, right? But what is important here is even when the course is not found, my response or the status code is 200. Okay. This is as far as the front end is concerned, that is okay. But what if you are creating an API that returns 200? Okay, you will never be able to find out the issue. Okay, because there is no feedback, there is no front end feedback like this with APIs. Right. So this two, in these cases, the status code becomes very important. You get status code from the status code itself. You get whether an endpoint has worked or if there is any error, what type of error we are getting. All right. So even when my application is working fine, it says okay, course not found. The status code is 200. This means there has to be another way of handling such type of things, right? So what I basically want is it should give me course not found, but it should give me some intuitive status code, which I think is 404 in this case. Basically, we're talking about not found, right? So yeah, not found, course not found, page not found, whatever it is. Ultimately, it is not found. So I want 404 status code. Okay, this is where error handling comes into picture. And if you see here, I had imported abort. Okay, so what it does basically, it aborts with 404. Okay, so abort basically takes one argument, that is the status code. Okay, so if I do this 404, see what it shows. Hope this is safe. Okay, now let me reload this. Not this. Debug, debug. Was taking the previous version of the code and still was giving 200 every now and then. Right. Right. So you see this, now you get 404 and the predefined HTML for that. All right. So what is the predefined HTML for that is not found, and this is something, right? So whenever you hit any wrong URL, you will get something like this. So it will, if you do abort with the status code, it will give you the status code correctly. Also, it will give you the predefined HTML for that. For example, if I try it with 500, what it should give me? Internal server error, and it is returning 500. Right now, this becomes intuitive to me. Now, what I can do is I can use this status code and render what I want. Okay, and how to do that? With the help of this. Okay, so there is something called as app.route. Similarly, there is something called as app.errorhandler. Okay, so this error handler takes care of the status code. Based on that status code, what does it say? What does this mean? It stops the working of the application and returns this status code, whatever is provided. Okay, and this app.error handler catches the status code. So here it is 400. If I write 500 here, what it will do? Whenever 500 is returned by the server, this error handler will catch 500 and do whatever is defined within uh, the, the thing, right? And then it also takes one argument called error. We are not printing it. We take an argument, but whether to do something with that or not is in our hands, right? So this basically it takes error as an argument, and whatever error it takes is basically the response from the server. I'm not using that here. I just want to return something which is intuitive. Okay, so if you see here 500, so whenever 500 will be raised, which will be raised in our case, it will accept that this thing will catch that and do whatever is defined beneath, right? So similarly, this is similar to this, right? So whenever I hit this endpoint, this app.route will trigger this function which is there attached or mapped to this endpoint, right? Similarly, what will happen when this error is sent by the server, this status code is sent by the server, the application will catch that status code, and whatever is defined beneath that will actually happen. Okay, so if you see this now, it says no course found, which is actually what I wanted to return when 500 is thrown by the server. Okay, so basically what was there before? 401, right? 401. Okay, let me see what is there with 401 basically. What it was. Something happened. Oh. Yeah, unauthorized. Okay, so it was actually getting unauthorized, but this is not, again, this status code was not intuitive. This page was not intuitive. So what I did, I thought of, okay, let's throw 404 because this is what I want to throw when the course was not found, and let us catch 404 and customize the HTML that we want to show. Okay, that is basically what we are doing. So when I reload this, I get no course found, and the server itself says that, okay, this is 404 not found. Okay, so this is how we use error handling with Flask. Okay, any issues with this
So,
explanation?
but you had different, sorry, you had different codes written earlier. A bot had 404 and the error handler had 500.
Yeah, so that's what. So doesn't matter, right? What is happening here is this will only trigger when the status code thrown matches with the status code it is aborting with.
Yeah, exactly. But the abort, the code in the abort wasn't the same as the error handler. It will not catch that, right?
Yeah,
Or
it will
it
not catch
was
that. That is the reason. So
okay.
let's say when I do this, it when it throws 500. Okay? So when it throws 500, this app.error handle will not catch it. Since it
Yeah,
will
it will
not
just
catch
throw
it, this
internal
will not.
server error.
Yeah, so it will throw
Yeah.
internal server error.
Okay, okay, got it.
But that is not what we want, right? We want whatever is thrown is being caught and then
Yeah,
rendered accordingly. That is
yeah,
why this should match.
yeah.
Okay. So I'll save this and then we
So
can
I
see
can
that.
put any number inside
So
that.
it should be a defined status code. If you see,
Huh.
I put 5 here, so it was not throwing, right? It threw error, right? So if you see here, when the 5 was there, it accidentally remained 5. That 500 remained 5. So it showed that, see, 5 is not a recognized HTTP error code.
No, if in the abort I put 5 and also catching 5, then
No, that won't work because this app.error handler should have a defined status code. Because this
so this
app.error handler is just not taking a number, it is taking a defined status code.
okay.
See, I mean, why is that? Because this is actually what we call imported from HTTP exception class. The same thing we are using for exception handling in API, right? The same thing. So there, what it is expecting is it is trying to match. So for matching to happen, this status code has to be a defined status code. Okay, and it is matching it from here, right? HTTP's exception class. So you can see that 5 is not a recognized HTTP error code. Use a subclass of HTTP exception with that code instead.
Okay.
Right? It has to be a defined one.
So can we create our own error codes also, or we it's not possible over here?
We create our own error codes.
Like if I'm not wrong, in Python it was something like file not found or something like that. For that we created something. If I'm not wrong, I'm recollecting it vaguely. Either in that or long back when I learned Visual Basic at that time we had done that.
Error handling, what you're talking.
Yeah.
Not that I know of. At this point, probably
Okay.
we cannot change because see, error codes are different because error codes are something that we can give by ourselves, which we have also done in week 6 lab assignment, right? So there was error code
Yeah. Right. Right.
that is
Yeah.
something else, but this is status code. Status code has to
Okay.
be
Okay.
defined
Okay.
with a server status code,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Something that server should be able to throw and understand.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Right.
see, let's say if I don't have anything, no handler here, but if I throw 4, okay, server should have something to understand what 4 by default means.
Right. Right.
Okay,
Okay.
that's why it has to be defined.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So with this, we can very easily answer this question, right? So if you see this courses ML techniques, it will give data science course found ML techniques, right? Therefore, option A is wrong. Is correct. Then for this one, ML practices data science course, so this option B is correct. Okay, Mat 2, no course found. It should raise the error and give the answer accordingly. Therefore, B and C is correct till now. And then when I go for Java, I should get programming course found Java. That's why option D is also correct. Sorry, incorrect. Right? Any issue with this question?
Clear, sir.
Clear, right?
Yeah.
So I hope you get. I hope you got how to do the error handling in Flask application now. Okay, this was something that was not done before, but you can expect questions, so you can just go ahead. All right, now let's start off with API. Right. So API, basically what you can see is there is a parser that is taking two arguments. So request parser is there to make sure that API, the request body, is able to take these arguments. Okay, because when we are using API, we only have endpoints, we only have URLs. Okay, so how do we give data? We don't have forms because API does not have front end. So since we do not have forms, that the data has to be directly given as request body. Okay, so when data is given as request body, we need to make sure that the endpoint that this API is linked with the functions here are capable of handling the arguments that we are giving. Right, that is something we have to take care of. All right. So here what I've done is we have created two arguments, that is employee ID and employee name. So these are the two arguments that my endpoint should or can take. Okay. And everything else is same. There is put method which is defined, but then there is something placeholder for get function and post function. Okay. Now what does this exactly mean? It means that, so if you see at this request, basically curl http this API v1 get and everything, what happened, I sent a curl request and it retrieved employee ID only with the status 200. Okay, what will come in place of get function? Okay, this is what we are trying to do. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to define a get function that when this URL is or this API resource is actually triggered, fetched with this data, I should be able to get the employee. What should I get? Employee ID only. Okay. Is the question clear?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to take employee ID. This means I will return employee ID as a JSON. That is one thing. That is right. Okay. So if I go into the options first, this is option one, right? So it takes self employee ID return. So can be a correct option. Okay. Option number two takes employee ID. Okay, and it returns employee ID. It can be a correct option. This again only gives employee ID. It can be again a correct option. And this is giving argument. So whatever argument we provide, that it will give. So what are the two arguments that you're providing? Actually? Employee ID and employee name. So from here I can say that this get function will give whatever it takes. Okay, so how can I say that? See, because it is taking parse.parsers. So this is how we, okay, in the Flask application, when I gave data in the URL as request parameters, how did I parse that data? Using request.args. Okay, request.ask, because I was sending data in the form of request. All right, here I'm sending data in the form of request body, not request URL, request body. So for that I have something called as parsers method, which is defined in regparse. Okay, so this parser, this is actually coming from regparse. Okay, let's see what we are trying to do. Question number 8, this is the API. Okay, before we actually can run this, we will have to import certain things. Right, from Flask import Flask. Let's see if we need something else. But we need from Flask RESTful import API source regparse and Marshall with. Why? Because I'm using this, right? Marshall with here. Marshall with and fields. Why? Because in Marshall with somewhere here. Yeah. Here in our fields, I'm using this fields, right? So this has to be imported. Okay, so from my Flask, I need to just import Flask at this point. But from my Flask RESTful, I need to import these API, resource, rec parse, marshal with and fields. Okay, let's see where we are using API. So this API is used to actually create the API object, right? So I'll first create Flask object, which is app. And then you have to instantiate the API objects. How do we do that? API equals to API app. Okay? So this is where I've used API. All right. Now in the test API class, I'm inheriting the resource class. So therefore I'm using resource. All right. And the red parse is actually used for creating parser. Okay. So parser is actually used to add an argument and retrieve the argument, parse the argument. Okay. This is where I say that my APIs, all my APIs that I'm going to create will be able to take these arguments as request body. All right. And wherever I want, whichever function I want them to, I want these arguments to be utilized, I'll just use this thing, parser. So these arguments are getting used in put method also, and then we have to define get method. Okay, so I've removed the placeholder. Okay, and then I'll just copy the what we call this thing here, the actual request, the curl request. Okay, because based on that request, I'll be creating the get method. Now don't worry about these so many backslashes. This is only done because see in the first quote and the last quote which encompasses the complete data dictionary is also in double quotes, right? And since you are passing in JSON, because API only takes JSON, you cannot write single quote within the JSON file, right? A single JSON with single quote is not a valid JSON. So you're basically passing on, basically you are nesting double quotes within a double quote. That is the reason you have to escape these double quotes, the internal ones. That is why I'm using backspace or backslash to escape these double quotes. All right. So these are the things that you have to not worry about. Just need to understand that, okay, this is the curl request I'm sending. This is the actual URL API resource. This is the method by which I'm sending, and this is the data. Okay, what is the data? A JSON of employee ID 2003, employee name Suresh. Okay, and definitely content type of the request body is definitely application JSON. This has to be provided. All right, we don't have to worry about all these things if we are making a request through Postman. All right, so we'll make request to Postman. Okay, so now I'll try to write, or I'll try to decode what should be the get function. Okay, so I'll just write get here, get, sorry, not get, def get, and we know that it takes self if there is no argument given. Okay. And if you see this, what does this mean? We are not passing in values like this, employee ID or something like this. Because if we are passing values like this, we would not need parser, right? Because we are directly passing the values in the URL itself, right? Something like this here. But that is not we are doing. How you can make that clear from the API endpoint also, right? So you are not passing on any value or any variable as a part of endpoint. Again, endpoint. This means you cannot take this here. Okay, and if you are not doing this, we know that the get self will be the only thing that will be there. Sorry, the self will be only there as an argument. Basically, it is not an argument, but it will be only there. Okay, it will not take anything else. This means if my argument is going to request body, I need to be able to parse that, right? How will I parse that? With this. Okay, semp equals to parse dot parsers. What was request dot ars? A dictionary, right? It was a dictionary. Similarly, parser dot parsers will be again a dictionary that will, or a JSON that will have all these values, whatever value I'm giving as request body. Okay, and what is it that I want to return? I want to return 200. Okay, that is okay. I don't have to really worry about the status code. But what I want to return, I want to return JSON that only shows employee ID. So what I can write, employee by underscore ID. This is what I want to return. And how will I get the actual value? This, since it is a dictionary, I can write this M by underscore ID. Right? Any issue with this? See, because this emp I've taken all the variables that I was providing as a request body. I've still not done that. I'll do that. Okay, but once, but see this, since this is the way a request body is taken, it is taking employee ID, employee name. So since it is taking employee ID, employee name, my request, this args will have, or the args dictionary, this emp dictionary will have both the things, both the fields will be there. But I want to return only employee ID, so I can use this something like this. All right, so I'll just save this and I'll comment this because we don't want that. And I think rest other things are fine. This also I'll see. Let us run this way. This question number, file name is question number 8. Question number 8. Okay, what happened? We did not do app.run. If name is equals to debug equals to 2, because we might be making changes. Application is running, but here since it is an API, I won't be going into browser. I'll be going to Postman. Or I could have used Thunder client also. That would have also worked. But okay, let's open Postman. Okay, all right. So I'll go back and try to get this. Since I'm providing data with as a request body, I don't need anything to be there as here. All right. So basically, I need to work on this. This URL only, right? So I'll just copy this here. API v1, no data provided. Method get. All right. And then I'll go to body. All right, in the body I'll go to raw. I can raw because I'll just be providing JSON. Okay, and what it will take, employee ID. So these are just pre-defined data. I was working on something else. Employee underscore ID, the data was 2003. It can be a integer also, doesn't matter. But note that the values that I'm writing are in double quotes. I'm not sure if this is visible to you. I'm not able to zoom in. But this is employee ID colon 2003, and this is employee name, which will be Suresh. Okay, and email, leave it as so don't want email. Okay, so this is my request body. Okay, this is the get method, and this is the API. Now let us try to see this. What happens. All right, so we are getting employee ID 2003, which is what we expected, and 200 OK as status code. So this method, sorry, this endpoint with this method and this request body and this type JSON giving me 200 OK. This means the get method that I've defined. Sorry, where is it? Here. This piece of code is my answer. Okay, now let us verify it with the question. Okay, will this work? No, because I have not parsed the data that I've provided. Therefore, option A is wrong. I cannot simply provide employee ID because it will throw error for employee ID. Just let me show you this, and okay, let me comment this also. Just return something what option A says. Right? Return so this is what option A says. Okay. So if I do this, it will throw error because it does not understand what employee ID is. Error. Okay, and here I have to give none. Why? Because, or maybe I can give, doesn't matter. Even if I give the data, even if I do not give the data, doesn't matter. Why? Because in this option A, there is no way of parsing that data. So option A is wrong. All right. Option B takes employee ID as a argument. This means it has to be provided with the endpoint itself, right? Something like this. Like this. Employee, what was it basically? Employee ID. Yeah, employee ID. So if this is the case, 2003, what will I have to do? What changes I'll have to do here? This thing, right? Employee ID. So now I'll be able to provide employee ID with the endpoint, and this get function will be able to understand what employee ID means. Right? So if I save this now, this will work. Right? So I'm getting, okay, 200, okay. But this is when I'm using the second one, this endpoint, not this one. Okay, so hence option 2 is incorrect. 2 is incorrect. Third one is post. So we don't want to do that with post. Okay. And fourth one is event. Third one, which one? I changed the page only itself. Okay. Third one is something that we have written, right? ID number and this. Okay. So this can be anything, doesn't matter, because I just want to return the employee ID and that is what I'm getting. Okay. So it can be anything. So this is the right option, option C, because if you see, if you compare the code that we had written initially, let me go back to that part of code. This thing was there, and this thing was there. Right. So with this code, if you see, it is completely same. So we are actually taking the thing, parsing the values, and then we are returning only the one that we want. All right. And this one again, it is parsing, but if you see, it is returning whatever it is parsing. So if my data has both the things, it will give me both the things, which is not what I want. I only want ID. So if you focus on this, it is only employee ID only. Okay. Therefore, option sorry, not here. Here, employee ID only. Right? So therefore, option C is correct. Okay, for a get function. Any issue in this question? In this piece of question, get one.
So only one thing, sir. Initially in the code, go a little above. Yeah. When you are doing this parser dot add argument, we are passing two variable, employee ID and employee name. Now, when I'm giving the input through card, I'm also passing the employee ID and employee name. Is it necessary? Both 2 and 2 here is
No, not necessary.
matched.
You can only pass on employee ID.
Still it is work.
Yeah, it will.
And if I have only one argument, but I am in curl, I am passing 2.
Okay, you have only one argument, then it doesn't know what that argument, the second argument mean, right? So it won't allow that. For every argument, every data you want to pass, you'll have to use this add argument. It will tell you bad request, basically.
When I am giving the input through curl, the number of argument I can pass as I asked initially through add argument. But the reverse is
They can be equal to or less than.
Equal to or less than.
And that also depends on the way it is defined, right? Okay, let me tell you. What if I do this? These both now become required arguments.
Then I must pass this.
You have to pass both. Okay, so based on how these arguments are added, meaning how this parsing of parser dot add argument is done, based on that we can provide, or depending on that, our request body should modify. Okay, here since there was no required field, any of those can remain empty. So no issues with that.
And since here is you are passing two argument, but actually you are printing only one. The same thing I can also be done through Marshall with outfield, right?
Right.
Without, I'm
Yes.
taking everything,
Hmm.
but if I write the Marshall with a decorator, and there I can restrict the number of
That is
outfield.
what is happening with put, right? So you are, see here also, you are taking all the arguments and returning whatever arguments are taking, but will they appear, or will all of them appear? No. What will only appear, or what will only be responded back by the server?
But here, why it is not built?
Sorry,
Field only name will come.
only name will come, right? So I mean, Marshall with is definitely used for that only. You cannot keep on, see. This is also doing the thing for me. But let's say I have all the four get, put, post, delete. Okay, and every time I'm keeping on writing the same thing, same thing. Why should I do that? I'll just create the fields here and just add the decorator everywhere. I don't have to worry about what needs to be passed where. So that is the use
And
of
so one more thing in the line number 12, we are and when defining this r underscore fields,
it. Hmm.
we are giving this means things in this way. Name is equal to field dot string, attribute equal to employee. It is the only way that I should give, or I can directly give the only employee name.
Yeah, so this is, see, when you resource fields will return the value based on whatever is defined. Okay, so I've defined employee name, but how do I want to return the JSON? Name equals to actual employee name. Okay, if I do not give this attribute, if I do not pass on this attribute, it doesn't understand what this name is.
No, instead of that, if I write name is equal to employee name,
It will, that's what, it will throw error. I'll show you now, we'll go
no,
to that.
no,
We'll,
no.
we'll go
I
to that.
just want to know, do we need to write that attribute equal
I'll
to
show you.
employee name?
I'll show you. I'll show you. What basically I'm trying to do, I'll show you. Okay. Let's go to the questions. We'll come to that. Okay. If I've taken that question, yes, I've taken that question also, right? So this question number 10 is based on that. Okay. I'll come to that. Okay. So the next question is question number 9 is curl. Now, if you see here, we are passing on 5001. This means what about which of the endpoints we are using? The second one, right? So if we are using second endpoint, this means we are providing employee ID through the URL itself, through the endpoint itself. How do we deal with it? Should we use parser.parseargs? Do we really need to use that? These are the options. What do you think? Option A, B, C, D. So D is this. Okay. So for the reference of D, this is the D completely same. Only this get is post. Okay. So now look at these four options. What do you think should be the answer?
Seems to be B option because I am passing the employee ID.
That's right, right? So same thing. In option A, there is no way of passing the data, not from the URL, not from the request body, right? So A is anyway wrong. B, and if you see C, it will be searching for information from the request body, right? So it will be printing the information from the request body. Okay, but option B is taking this employee ID. Why is this correct? Because it can then map with this endpoint, right? So if you see this, what is the question? We are using this endpoint specifically with post method, and we are returning employee ID only, right? And the status is 200 okay. Status is 200 okay. What I meant to say with that is it is successfully running. Okay. So what should be the endpoint? I mean, how should the endpoint be defined, or how should the function be defined? Because I'm using this one. Which one? This piece of endpoint I'm using. So this will be mapped with the function that takes employee ID as argument, right? And in our case, this option number B is doing that. Okay, and that is what I've done also, right? In the Postman, I have used this. So this is what is, if you see this 2003, I'm providing it within the URL, within the endpoint. This means that I should be taking it something like this: employee ID, Okay, and since I'm taking employee ID like this, I don't need to use these two lines at all. Okay, I just have to use this line and it will work. All right. The only thing that should change here is post, because I want that to happen with post method. If you see the URL, see the method is post. All right. So if I change this to post and do none to request body, this means my information will go through endpoint, and see it will still give me the answer. Okay. So for this question, answer is option number B. Option B. Okay. Any issues? So you get the difference between these, right? In all the 4 or 5 questions that we did on API on Flask, we were trying to understand how to give data to the URL or data to the server, and how server should be created so that it is able to handle those data, whatever it is. Right? So that is what we are seeing. So these questions you can just go through once again. I'll be sharing this file. The session will be recorded. Although it's not live stream, it will be available on YouTube. Okay, now we'll go to the next question. Yeah, any doubt here?
No, sir.
All right, so we'll go to the next question. What does it say? We are using put method. So basically now we are coming back to this part. And here we are not expecting any endpoint to be defined. Here we are saying what is the output. Every other time we had the output, but endpoint have to be defined. Here we have the endpoint defined, or the view function, or whatever it is, API endpoint defined, and we want to see what will be the output of this. Okay, so basically what it does is marshal with put. Okay, and since we are using parser, how do we give the data? Through endpoint or through request body?
Request body.
Request body, right? So I'll use this. Okay, let us comment everything. No need to comment also. Okay, so this is my resource field. All right, now if I don't use this, me rather comment this. Okay, so I'll write r underscore fields equals to we'll see whether the parenthesis is required or not. All right. See, when I'm using this, and this is actually used to marshal with. So basically, what is happening here? Let's say I use this put self this emp equals to parser dot parsers. Okay. Now let's not use marshal with. Okay. We have defined resource field, that is okay, but let's not use marshal with and see what happens. Okay. So yeah, so API v1 only. API v1. Our method is put, and our raw body is this. Okay, employee ID 2003, employee name this. Okay, let's see what happens with this. So I get both. Okay, why am I getting both? Because whatever is being sent as a request body is being parsed and returned. Okay, there is no accessing a particular field and returning that, just as we did in this. Right, that is not happening. Here, whatever we are returning, whatever we are sending as request body is getting returned. All right, but now if I do this, not this. If I marshal it with R field, what happened? It will process this M dictionary with the resource fields and return only whatever is defined in the resource or R underscore fields. Okay, let's see that. So what is returned? Only employee name. And see, if you see here, I don't have to really worry about what should be returned. Okay, so the way I have done it here, first created the dictionary, then defined employee ID, then access it with the this parser. I don't have to do that. Okay, I just have to return this, and that everything internally will be taken care of with this R fields and marshalling it. R fields. Okay. Now one thing to observe here, what is returned? This employee name. Okay. The moment I change this employee name to simply name, says null, even though I'm providing the value, right? So why is that happening? Because the argument that I'm trying to marshal the output it with is not there in the this m, right? Basically, this dictionary, this m does not have the attribute that I'm trying to marshal it with. This name, it is not there. How do it understand that? Okay, basically you're talking about employee name or employee ID. That is the reason it sends null. Okay, that's why when I want to use any other name, any other key name in place of already defined name, I'll have to specify that I'm using this for attribute employee name, which has to be defined. Then and then only the marshal or the R fields will understand, okay, that the name attribute or the name key that you want to create in the output JSON is actually mapping with this employee name. Okay, so when I do this and try this, now I get name equals to Suresh. So what it did, it took the value that I wanted to return and the mapping correctly with the employee name. So what if I had done this? What will happen? It will map with ID. Okay, therefore this attribute is important, and this is to be done only when I want to change this. Okay, if I don't want to change this, if I want to keep this employee name as employee name only, I can do it as simple as this, right? What I've done before. So let me just do the undoing and I'll be do that this thing. Okay, because I'm explicitly providing the same name, same argument here, it will not have any confusion in mapping, right? So it would map that. Any issue?
No, only thing, sir, if you do not write that only attribute and simply pass rest of the thing, what will print? It will print the string.
No, what attribute?
You write name colon field dot string in bracket employee name.
And that is something, if the constructor is defined, then it will take, no?
Field dot string, and inside that only employee name. What it will print?
Let's see. Oh, it is not able to map. So name equals to employee name colon employee name. That's what it did. So it could only
Because I am
understand.
passing that.
So we have to specify that attribute, because see, when you do this, it will take this employee name will take the value of first defined element in string method. Okay. What I'm assuming is probably this is argument, or let's say whatever it is.
No, no. Why I'm asking this, sir? You keep it there. In this setup, if I do not pass the input value employee name through curl, and instead of that I am passing that Suresh name there, it will be printing name equal to Suresh, right?
Name equals to Suresh.
Say instead of employee name, if you write any name, say Suresh.
Okay, here. Yeah, so whatever
Yeah,
you write will come here, right? I guess.
yeah. But in the curl, while passing the input through curl,
Mhm.
you don't pass that employee name Suresh. That part you just omit. You passed only the ID. Then also it will print Suresh, right?
Yeah. Why? Because this is now getting hard coded, no? This is mapping directly with Suresh. This is not we want, right? Because doesn't matter. See, because it is taking Suresh, even if there is no Suresh in the data, right? So that we don't want. We want
No,
mapping to.
I'm just.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You're trying to see the variations. I guess I get that. But yeah. So basically, see, this attribute equals to employee name actually maps it with the actual attribute that I want this employee name to take with. So I'm basically to change the key name in the output JSON, I have to do this. If I don't want to really change the key name, only do this. Dot string, and then you provide the actual defined argument in it. Okay. So here I'm providing employee name, but there is no employee name here. Just getting employee name, no, because in the request body there is no employee name.
Got it, sir. So I have some doubt in previous paper, some of the questions, sir. If you have done, then I can ask.
Okay, so this is about the API. All right. Now I had couple of numerical questions to be talked about. Okay, because there are two questions that I wanted to discuss, because this will again, revise everything that was there as far as numericals are concerned. Okay, so I'll quickly do this. I hope these questions were clear now. API, you can, just revise all these questions and probably it will help you a lot in end term. All right, so let me go to the question next and we'll quickly go with this numerical questions. Any question in chat? Oh, so many questions in chat. Yeah, so Milan, if you are still there, I mean, there is no live streaming of this session, but there's some glitch that happened. So that's why I joined with my personal ID also, right? And that is why we are not having it live stream. Will happen with only Mad1 ID. Okay, so that is the reason it is not live streaming, but this video recorded will be available in YouTube. Okay, I'll make sure of that. It will be, this file is not shared. I'll add this just after the meeting. Okay.
That is supplementary content. Actually.
Supplementary content I'll add. Okay.
So just a quick clarification. In last session, you have taken us through a PDF file, right? And that PDF file has also been uploaded in supplementary content, right? But the name of the file is September 2022 terms. Is it the same file or
Same file, same file. Yeah,
same
same
file?
So it was actually PDF I uploaded, right? I was going to
Yeah.
the PDF, so I could not change it September.
No problem.
Content
That's fine. So even the hype, I'm just I just want to confirm that the topics which you have highlighted and given the hyperlinks, so those are equally important for our end term also, right?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's a small clarification.
Yeah. So I use that because the topics that are relevant are, I mean, they remain same generally.
Yeah. Because some hyperlinks are also there, na? So it is taking us to 2022 video.
Right.
And
Yeah,
sir, is
all
it
the
possible
live
to share
session,
the YouTube link of previous revision session?
YouTube, it is there. I guess in the discourse you'll find
In the Mad one, it is not there.
not there. Okay.
What again? What again?
Previous revision session link.
Last Wednesday session. Sorry, last session.
Yes.
Okay.
That is not present in the Mad one YouTube channel.
Okay, I'll try to upload that also. But if somebody has access to that, can you please share it in the chat? Somebody else was there.
That will be helpful.
Okay, so please share it in the chat. I will have to get that link again back. Okay. Okay, so I'm hoping somebody has that. They can share on the chat. If not, I will get both the things there. Okay, both the links there. This video also and the other one also. Okay, so I'll go back to this question, and for this I'll open Jamboard because that is where we'll solve it. So I've added this question here itself, created jams. Oh, but the main question is there still. So the main question is this: the bandwidth versus time graph for a period of 1 hour. Okay, between 12 noon to 1 p.m. in the afternoon is shown below. Okay, and we are very familiar with these relationships. 1 GB equals to 100 MB. So don't use 1024. Okay, not use 1024 because we have specified this relations to be used, right? And one byte equals to 8 bits. These are the two things that we'll be requiring for this question. Yeah, so the link has been shared. Thanks, Sayyid Yusuf. Let me go back to where I was in the jam probably. Okay, so this is obviously, so it is showing us the data of 12 noon to 1 p.m. in the afternoon, And that's why if you see here in the seconds, these are actually 3600 seconds. So that's what we have for an hour. All right, and this is the bandwidth variation. Okay, so the bandwidth was for the first 1200 seconds, if I'm not wrong, yeah, 1200 second was constant to 10 Mbps, and then it declined linearly, and then again it became constant to 4 Mbps later. Okay, and then so this durations are equal, right? So this is 1200 seconds, 1200 seconds, and 1200 seconds. 1200 seconds, right? So what do we need to find out? What is the total amount of data in gigabytes consumed by the user connected to the network between 12:15 p.m. to 12:45 p.m. 12:15 p.m. to 12:45 p.m. meaning 30 minutes, right? 30 minutes meaning around 1800 seconds, exactly 1800 seconds. Okay, but where exactly what that window is something important, right? So 12:15. So 12:15 meaning from the beginning it is 900 seconds. So from this point, oh sorry, don't want to move this. Okay, let me see if I can write. All right, so this is first 900 seconds, right? So this is 200, 400, 600, 600, 800, and 900 somewhere here. All right, so 900 seconds, and we want to go up to, I mean 1800 seconds from here, because 12:15 to 12:45. Okay, so 12:30 is exactly halfway through, and so 12:30 will come at 1800 somewhere here. All right, and then probably till here, because what will be 900 plus 1800, 2700 seconds. So 2700, so this is 300, this is 2800, this will be 2600, so somewhere around here. Okay, let's check that once again. Okay, so 12:15, 15 meaning 15 minutes past 12. So we have to start from the beginning, from this point. Okay, so this is 1000 seconds. All right, so each block represents 200 seconds. Okay, so this is 200 seconds, this is 400 seconds, 600 seconds, 800 seconds, and 900 seconds. So this is the time where it is 12. Why is it not right? 12:15. Okay, this uh, larger one. This is 12:15. All right. Now, what are these? What is this duration? So this is just, this is 100 seconds. This is 200 seconds. So 300, then 500, 700, 900, 1100, 1300, 1500, 1700, and 1800. So yeah, this was the point. Not sure why my pen is misbehaving. Sorry for that. All right. So this is actually total half an hour. So at this point, this is 12:45. Okay. So total data consumed. So basically, total data will be the bandwidth. Total data will be the bandwidth into time. Right, basically it will be the total data will be bandwidth into time. So bandwidth is what we are having in megabits per second, and time is in per seconds, right? So into time, so what is the total duration basically there? uh, 1800 seconds, but then there is a variation of time. Okay, so you can, I mean, can you say that the total area, I mean, the total data that is consumed will be the area under this curve from point this to point this? Because if you see, it is the product, right? So total data is product of bandwidth. Okay, so if I do this d, I mean a bit mathematics, d equals to the variation of bandwidth with time into dt, and integrate this, you will get total data, okay, and which is bandwidth, I mean bandwidth with respect to time into dt. So it is constant in some places and decreasing in some places, right? So if you really solve that, you will get it to be the area. So what basically integration says is area. Okay, I could have gone into quite details of that, but really that is not required. Okay, so if you total calculate the area between this area, really sorry for my pen, it is completely out of. So from this curve, this point to this point, we just have to calculate the area. Okay, so it is better to, I mean, break it at this point, and this point. Okay, don't need this. Okay, so if you see, there are three rectangles, three figures forming two rectangles and one triangle. All right, so if you see this one, and this one. Okay, why am I breaking it into rectangles and triangles? Easy to calculate area, right? I just need to know the points. Okay, so what is this
Sir,
point actually?
is the third one correct, or we have to take only the that straight line portion, sir?
Where?
The third figure, the first one is clear, and the second triangle is also clear. The third one I'm asking. The
Yeah, so
last,
third one,
the last
this one.
slot. Yeah, the last slot. Yeah.
Yeah, because 1245 actually ends here, no?
Yeah,
This
that's
point.
fine. That's fine. So I'm saying that we have to consider only that part which is a straight line, means rectangle, or we have to start from the very beginning because the certain
No,
region what you have drawn.
no. See, it is area under the curve, right? So this complete area, whatever area is been from, I mean,
Yeah,
just
yeah,
below
got it,
this line,
got it, got it.
total
Yeah,
area. So complete area from the this thing. Why have I broken it this way? Because then it becomes easy to differentiate the rectangle
yeah.
and its
Calculation will
sides.
be easier.
Okay, so I just need to find out the difference of this, which is 6 megabits per second. Okay, and this is 4, right? So you can map it from here. All right, and we just have to individually calculate the total duration. So this total, I know that this is 1800 seconds. Okay, I just need to find out this, which is 300 seconds. Why? Because this complete block is 200 and this half block is 100. So this is 300 seconds. And this again, this complete block is 200 and this is 100. So if I subtract 600 from 1800, I'll get 1200. So this point to this point is 1200 seconds. Or maybe I can simply count the boxes, which are 6 boxes, 1200 seconds. Right? So I just have to calculate 3 areas. That is 300. This is in seconds into 6. Is it not right? 300 into 6 megabits. Okay, so it will be 10 raised to power 6 plus. Okay, what is the width? 1200. 1200 into, again the height is 6, but this time you have to take half because it is triangle, plus, and again 6 megabits, right? So it is 6 into 10 raised to power 6. and the remaining one is 1800 into 4 into 10 raised to power 6. Okay, so this is the calculation. Okay, let me just write because my pen is not working. 300 into 6 into 10 raised to power 6. Okay, so this is from the first area. Okay, then we have to add half into, so this is zero point 0.5 into again 6, oh sorry, 0.5 into 1200 into 6 into 10 to the power 6 plus 1800 into 4 into 10, sorry, not 8, 10 to the power 6. Right, so whatever whatever area you will be getting will be the total data consumed in bits. Okay, because we have not changed the bandwidth, it is simply in bits per second. This is bits per second into seconds we have multiplied, right? So the total area that we'll be getting will be in bits. Okay, simply divide it. Where is the division sign? Yeah, divide everything by 10 raised to power 9 to get the gigabytes of data. Okay, so this is the
That's
calculation.
12,600.
No, so that will be still bits, no? So we'll have to convert it to bytes, no?
Yeah, gigabits.
Yeah, it will be gigabits, right?
Yeah, gigabits.
Yeah, the question is asking
Yeah,
gigabytes.
that you have to convert into, that again you have to divide by 8. Okay, so this will be the total data consumed from 12:15 to 12:45. Okay, so whatever the answer is coming, it should match.
So 15675. 1575.
One
I mean, 1 point. Yeah.
1.575. Okay, fine. All right. The second question is pretty simple. It is quite straightforward. Let's see. Just give me a minute.
In exam, will this kind of graph paper will be provided in the question?
Graph paper. Which graph
Not
paper?
graph paper, like this kind of clear-cut drawing.
Yeah. Don't worry. So
Okay.
this is the actual diagram of the paper itself, right?
Okay, fine.
Means like this question is in the paper.
Sorry.
This question is in the paper. You mean like
This
this is from
question
the
directly
paper?
is no. It was there in the previous papers.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So then this is a pretty straightforward question. See what is happening here. There is again a client and there is a server. Okay. There is a client and there is server, and these are connected by a cable. Okay, and these are around 6,000 kilometers apart. All right, consider a client which is located at 6,000 kilometers from the server makes a request through cable. Okay, so it made a request through cable. So request reached here. I write request with small r, okay, and response with capital R. Suddenly, after the request reaches the server, okay, and the server is now ready to send the response, this cable is broken. Okay, now this cable is broken. Now the server is sending a response via air. Okay, so this is air, and this is a response. Okay, and this is cable, this is air. And with changing this medium, the server had to send the response through cable itself, but since the cable broke, it had to make some changes, and making these changes had cost the server a delay of 75 milliseconds. Okay, So what will be the time required, or what will be the time that has passed once the request is sent to get the response? This is what it is asking. Okay, so what you have to do basically, let me write 6,000 into 10 raised to power 3. So this is the total distance in meter. Okay, one way. This has been traveled with cable. So divide by the speed of cable. Okay, plus this you will get in seconds. Why? Because the speed is in meter per second and this is meters. So this you will get in seconds. Then remaining or return is coming through air. So it will be same distance traveled, 6,000 into 10 raised to power 3 divided by, now since the medium is air, we'll write this 3 into 10 raised to power 8. Okay, and this has caused the delay plus the delay. So what is the delay? 75 milliseconds. So you'll just have to add 0.075. Don't just add 75 directly. Why? Because we are getting this in seconds, this in seconds, and 75 should be added in seconds. So whatever you get total, then you have to convert it in milliseconds, because yeah. So how long the client will have to wait, that is there, but then the options are given in milliseconds, right? So that calculation you have to do. How much does it come off?
125.
125 milliseconds is the answer. Okay, straightforward question, but yeah. So these are the variation that you can expect, right? Suddenly something happening, and then you have to change the answer accordingly. Okay, any doubt in this question?
No, sir.
Okay, so these were the questions that I wanted to discuss. I hope it spanned through the content of AppDev1, what we studied. Okay, so you go through these questions, go through the session once again, and it will help you for many questions in enter.
So even graded assignment will also help.
Yeah, definitely. Graded. So what things you have to mainly focus on? The sessions that we already had, right? All the revision session and everything. Graded assignment question, practice questions, okay, and definitely lab assignments. Because
Definitely.
the coding understanding that
No,
you get
definitely.
from
What did you say? That definitely.
lab assignments.
Yeah.
Lab assignment, why? Because see, doesn't matter if it is passing a certain test case or not in the backend. It is doing the job for you. This means your code was correct. Okay, so don't really say that okay, the score in this assignment was less, so I should not refer to the solution of that. No, if it is actually doing the thing what it was expected to do, just go to the solution, because then you know how to deal with various types of inputs and how we are creating those variations in the endpoint, whether it is Flask application or whether it is an API and something like that, or whether it is a CLI, all those things. Okay, any doubt?
No.
Sir, what will
Sir,
be
I
the
have
last
some.
4 weeks weightage?
Last 4 weeks, I mean, see, all weeks have equal weightage. Although the last 4 weeks do not have much of the practical content, there is a good theoretical part that they cover, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can expect questions from there also. So I won't say that this week is important, that week is important. Although the content-wise, practical-wise, there is variations between the weeks, that is there, but all the weeks will have equal weightage.
Like
Okay.
today also we have not covered anything from last 4 weeks. That might be the reason why he's asking.
What
Yeah,
did?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
in the earlier exams, the last 4 weeks were the is quite 60% weightage was there. But I don't think in the bad
So
one.
see, the thing is 60. Why? Because the last 4 weeks, meaning weeks. Okay, in the other subject you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
No. That won't be the case with Amtable. See, because you can yourself see that the practical content, the coding part is getting gradually decreased as the weeks progressed, right? So you don't have to look at those weeks at very code heavy weeks, but yeah, theoretically there will be questions. So and I won't we don't expect all of you to go through anything or everything that is given outside of what is provided to you as a course content. Okay, so even if you are creating theory questions will be within the content.
Sir, I
GMT
have
will help,
some
sir, for those
doubt in
4 weeks.
previous paper. So can I ask now?
Yeah. I'll come to you. If there are any other things, just let me clear.
Sir, can you please go to the second last question? I just wanted to have a look at it. Maybe I missed something because of my internet connection. Just wanted to check. Is
Actually, I
there
missed a
any?
lot of things because of this. My pen is not working actually. But yeah, tell me what is
No,
the
I
issue?
mean, is there any other information other than this provided in this question?
Yeah. So the actually question was this. If you see this, I mean, I'll be sharing this, right? So what is the actual question here? The bandwidth versus time graph.
Oh, 12 noon to 1 p.m. Okay, then I got it. Because I was wondering how you took that 12:15 to that 12:45 interval on that graph. So now I understood. I understood that.
Yeah.
Okay,
So this
thanks.
is the actual question. I actually forgot to copy that in the jam.
Okay, yeah, now I got it. Thanks.
Okay.
Sir, in the end term, roughly how many questions will be there?
You can expect around questions around 30 to 35.
Okay.
30 to 35 questions, sir.
Hmm. And the time will be doubled. No?
No, not double, 1.5 hours, sir.
Now you have 45 minutes. So it's double.
No, 1 hour. Earlier we used to
One
have
Yeah,
hour,
both
sir.
1 hour you
end
have.
to end. Yeah.
So all the questions will not take equal time.
So, sir, it will be 50 marks or 100 marks, 35. I know it doesn't matter, but just asking because 35 questions.
Okay, 100 marks is what we give. In the bundling, how it is done, that I'm not sure. 100
No
marks paper
problem.
is
No
what we
problem. No problem, sir.
In the final, it will be 35 marks.
35.
No,
Yes, sir. Final
the weightage is
end term
40%
is
again, no?
35.
No, again weightage is 40%, na?
If you have not given one quiz, best of
Okay,
is when
you have not given one
that
quiz. Okay.
in
Okay,
that
good. Final mapping is what you're saying. No. This paper total marks is what we're talking about. What weightage end term has is different. That will be, mapping and everything will be done. But the questions and the marks allocated is what we do is for 100 marks. You will get according to that.
Sir, sir, am I
Sir,
audible?
can I ask now?
Yeah. So anyone else? Anything else you want to ask? Any other issue?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I mean,
Just
last time what I
before
asked, could
going
you
to
have a
submit,
look at
sir,
it?
just asking the same.
Yes. Yeah. I'll come to that, Kavita. Just give me a minute.
Sure.
Yes, Amit. Now go ahead. I'll stop sharing.
Actually, sir, I'll share my screen so that you can able to see the questions.
Some questions might be too old, which are completely obsolete. So I'll directly tell you that this is an obsolete question.
Yeah. Okay. So this question number 92.
Yeah, 1 minute. Okay, question number 92. Okay. Okay, fine. So this character set has how many? 6 letters, right? This is a complete character. This is the only character set you have. This alphabet, this language by itself has only 6 characters. Okay, only these symbols need to be represented in a set. Okay, what is the minimum number of bits required to represent committee in this character set? All right, so tell me, if these are the only characters I have, if I go on counting them, what is the number 6? Okay, if I am to code these characters into binary, okay, I'm not able to write, otherwise I would have shown. So okay, just stop sharing. I know what the question is. CIMOT. Give me a minute. Smart document. Okay, anyways, leave it. So let's say I have 6 letters, right? Not able to write with mouse. 6 letters are there. Okay, CEIMOT. So total count is 6. Okay, if I am to represent each letter as an individual code of binary, okay, I'll start with mapping them to the binary code, right? With, let's say, if I use 1 bit language encoding, how many characters can I encode?
3.
Only one.
Only 2. It is
Why
one
only
bit,
two?
right? So how many possibilities are there? 0 and 1. 0 will be represented, or one character will be represented by 0, and one character will be represented by 1. Okay, I'm not writing anything because I'm not able to. Okay, I'll try to get what I'm saying. Okay, with a 1 bit encoding, I can map, or I can encode only 2 characters. That is, one will be taken by 0 and one will be taken by 1. Okay, similarly, if I go with 4, how many will I be able to do? 4 characters: 0, 0, 1 character; 0, 1, 1 character; 1, 0, 1 character; and 1, 1, 1 character. Right? Are you getting this?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, we have 6 characters, so 2-bit encoding is not sufficient. Okay, I'll increase 1 more bit. With 3 bits, how many characters can I encode?
8.
8.
8. Okay, this means that I will require for, and 6 is less than 8, so I can use 3-bit encoding for encoding all the characters in this L language set. Right, so let's say C is taken by 000, E is taken by 001, I is taken by 010, M is taken by 011. Okay, O is taken by 100, and T is taken by 101. Okay, we still have around 2 or 3 bits remaining, but definitely for mapping or for encoding every character, I'll require 3 bits.
Okay.
Right, now how many letters are there in committee?
9.
COMMITTEE, 9, right? And every letter, doesn't matter if it is repeating, I'll have to write it again, right? Even if it is repeating, I'll have to encode. So for example, double E will be 001, 001. Okay, I'm just using random mapping. So doesn't matter how many characters are there, even if they are repeating, I'll have to use 3 bits for each character. And since there are 9 characters, how many total bits I'll require? 3 into 9.
Correct, sir.
Okay, that's the answer.
Clear. Okay. I'll go for the second one, sir, quickly.
Yeah, you can share. Oh, wait, I'll stop.
Yeah. The next question is 98. Also, this one.
Okay, decorator. Okay, so as I said, I mean in previous sessions also, when you are working with decorators, the decor @decor will be applied to the function just below it. Okay, and @decor will be applied to the return of whatever function, modified function you are getting after decorating the original function with decor. Okay, so it will be applied to decor1 will be applied to decor of def now. Okay, so what did I say when we work with decorators? We forget, so decor, right? So we'll go to the decor function. Okay, forget about what is there, just look at inner. Okay, so the new function will be inner, that's all. So my new function, which was num, which used to return 1, will now return 1 plus 10, 11. Okay, see, because what is happening here in the inner function, x equals to function and then it returns func plus 10. So my func always returned 1. So it will return 1 plus 10, 11. Okay, so the output the output of my decor def num return 1 actually becomes inner, right? So whatever is definition of inner, that is returning x plus 10, is actually decor def num plus 1. So last three lines will actually become the inner function, that's all. Now the decor one, at the rate decor one, will be applied to the the output, or the what we call the output function of previous decorator, the output function of previous decorator. So what previous function returned 11, right? And what is the next function doing? Again, if I want to go look at what decorator does, I'll have to see what is the function inside. So what is the function inside? The other inner function here. What it does, this returns the square multiplied by 10, right? X, whatever value it uh, takes the square and multiplied by 10,
So you will take 11, square it and multiply by 10.
right?
Okay. So actually, in the bottom, there is two decorator and then definition num function is there.
Hmm.
Now to when I try to access num, first the decor function and then it is decor one.
Hmm.
It is coming from inside to outside. It will go like move like
Yeah,
this.
from bottom to up. See, it's basically decorator applies to the function below it, right? So the way decor has been applied on def, this num function, decor one will be applied to outcome of decor num. What was the outcome of decor num? That 11 one, return 11, right? So
Okay.
the 11, whatever value we are passing on, return, that becomes, though, so internally it becomes, x becomes 11, 11 into 11 into 10.
Clear, clear, sir. Okay. Okay. So quickly, this one. So the next question. Uh, this particular function, it is say this is the functional coverage.
Hmm.
Hmm. Functional coverage. Why it is calling this as a functional coverage? Why is not a conditional coverage?
Okay, let's check. Okay, see, so what we are doing is conditional coverage, when it will be conditional coverage, when uh, everything that you are passing on, okay, let's see. In the if condition, what does it say? When can if condition become true? When the first name is John and last name is Legend. Okay,
Hmm.
so in that case, my my if condition, one of the branch of if condition will be covered, the true condition. Okay, what will happen if this is not met, this condition is not met, first name John and last name Legend is not met? What will happen? It
It
should
will
also
by
take care of the condition that is not there, right? So in the discourse also, this discussion went on, and what we say is branch coverage means covering a branch that is there and also covering a branch that is not there. Okay, so here the first name John and last name Lewis, it covers the branch that is not there, but it will not cover the branch that is there, right? This condition will never become true. For this condition to become true, I'll also have to pass student in bracket, first name equals to John, last name equals to Legend. So two test cases have to be passed for the if condition, both the parts of if condition to get checked, right? So therefore it is not what we call condition coverage, right? And statement coverage, Again, because if the condition is not matching, it is not going to the statement within the condition. So all the statements are not covered. So if you really want all the statements to get covered, all the branch true or false to get covered, you have to provide all those test cases. Only with one test case you cannot do, right? But with this test case, that is the function getting triggered? Yes. So it is only a function coverage.
That means if the statement coverage is there, then by default this condition and functional coverage is there.
The statement coverage is, yeah, for functional coverage, yeah, that you can say.
Okay.
So what's the difference between condition and branch coverage?
Difference between condition and branch coverage. Yeah. So I mean, how do I say that? See, condition coverage is covering all the entry point of the condition. Okay, and branch coverage is covering all the exit points of the condition, of the what we call conditions. Okay, so if statement is there, if statement will have two outcomes, whether it is true or false. Okay, so if I'm writing test cases that checks both the condition, whether the condition is true, whether the condition is false, then I can say that there is a what we call this coverage, condition coverage. Okay, but branch coverage takes care of once you enter the branch, once you enter one of the branch, you also exit the branch. Okay, for example, if there is a break statement somewhere, or there is a return statement somewhere written, or some things written after the return statement, which generally doesn't happen. But if that is the case, then you enter the condition or you enter the branch, but you don't leave it. So you are somewhere in between. So you are not covering the branch. So condition is covered because you entered that condition, right? So condition is covered when you enter a branch. Branch is covered when you exit the branch.
That means, sir, if we write a if else statement instead of only if, then it is a conditional coverage.
No. It's not that. You have to provide sufficient test cases. No, with one test case only, how can you go to multiple conditions? This will be condition coverage if you had provided another test case with student first name John and last name Legend. In the coverage slides, if you go through the slides of condition coverage or branch coverage, you will see multiple test cases used. So with only one test case, you cannot go to all the possible conditions of a branch, right?
Okay, then if I write this if loop through if and else statement, then by default if is not there, then else will go, but that will not give the conditional coverage, right?
No. So for condition coverage to happen, you have to provide. See, condition coverage does not have anything to do with the structure of if and else. It has to do everything with the number of test cases you are providing, right? See, if you do not give a test case of first name John and last name Legend, will if condition become true anytime? If it is not getting true, how will the statement within true if statement get checked?
Oh, that means you are saying if I write instead of only if elif like this, and one of the elif condition is true, then I can say this is a conditional coverage.
No. All the conditions. See, if statement, right? What are the two possible outcomes of if statement? True, if false, right? With the student, I mean, with the function, you're calling this function, right? Student first name with John and last name Lewis. You're giving only one condition, that is false for this if statement. Where is the condition that becomes true for this if statement? So you have to again call this function with first name John and last name Legend. Two times you have to call this function. You are calling it only once.
Okay.
So what I meant is, if there are multiple, every if condition, every if condition will have two outcomes. So you need to have two test cases, which with one test case getting true for this outcome and the other test case getting true for the other outcome.
So, sir, condition coverage would typically need some sort of a for loop, or like I said, two code coverages. Without that, it cannot cover both if and else.
Yeah, so you have to call this
It has
function
to.
two times with two different arguments. right?
Yeah.
So
So
what is
if
the
we have,
hmm, yeah,
sorry,
but
if we need condition coverage to be covered properly, it has to have two. As in the code needs to have two codes. I mean,
yeah,
two test
two
cases basically.
times, yeah, two times student being called, the student function being called
If and else being covered. Yeah.
with, see, one condition with the false condition is getting covered. John, the first name John, last name Lewis, that is getting covered. But
But
what
not
will
in this.
happen? Sorry.
Sorry, but not in this. Oh, sorry, that covers the else statement. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It covers the else. Yeah.
It covers the else statement, but it does not
Mm.
cover the
Cover the if
true
statement.
statement, if true.
Yeah.
So that's why you need two functions here. I mean, you go through the slide of coverage, you will see that for, I mean, on the bottom, I mean, on the right side, if I remember, you will see that there are two test cases, F00, F01, F10, like that.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
So they, those
Yes,
two
yes, yes.
conditions will collectively check the conditions. What
Okay.
is a
So,
test
sir,
case? That a test case will check all the possible outcomes, right? So a test case will not be a single test case, it will be group of test cases. Yes,
so sir,
Rajat.
in this case, we can we say the branch coverage is being covered for that particular example?
Branch coverage, that's what I'm saying, man. If condition coverage does not get covered, if you're not entering a condition, how will you exit? Branch coverage, that's what I said, right? Condition coverage will happen when you enter all the possible branches. And branch coverage will happen only when you exit all the possible branches. Okay, with one test case, you cannot enter one of the branch, so you cannot exit. So branch coverage is also not happening. No? Are you getting?
So next, yeah. So next one is this one, sir. So this thing, yeah, this 106. How this is true that I am not getting it, sir?
Okay, let's see. So it is a script. What it does, it creates a constant variable called para. Okay, document.query selector. So we are selecting p element, and we are adding an event listener to that, which is click. Okay, and what will happen when you click? Update name function gets triggered. Okay, so what is this update name? It is again a C name variable which is prompt. Okay, so prompt will come whenever you click. Okay, and then what will happen? Enter your course, and whatever course you enter, that will come to C name and para dot text content. What is para? Basically that previously what we have taken, right? So it will show you course name plus C name. Okay, so basically what is happening? There is an event listener to a paragraph element. When you click on paragraph element, right? So when you click on paragraph element, it will ask you for a prompt. When you enter whatever is there in the prompt and you hit enter, the value gets saved in CNAME and course name colon CNAME. This complete text get added to paragraph element. This is what is happening. Okay, now what are the options? Let's see.
Okay, okay, okay. Then it is correct. Then I am giving this app development. This will take in the prompt and it will print through course name equal to app development.
That's all.
Okay.
Just write this document, no? Exactly copy this and you that file name script.js, no, that you write within the script tag of HTML. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Is there any other question?
Yeah, yes, sir. It's there. So this one, it's okay. Only thing I am not able to get this requested resource moved permanently. What does it exactly mean?
So let's say when you created an endpoint base URL, okay, and in base URL you are returning hello world.
Base URL I am returning.
Hello world.
Okay.
Okay. Now you change that base URL to hello/hello, and you are returning hello world in /hello, not base URL. Getting? So what will happen initially when you go to base URL? What will happen? Hello world will come. Okay. Now then, when you change the endpoint from hello base URL to hello, world will come with /hello endpoint, right? And what will come with base URL? What will be returned for base URL? Not found. Are you following?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now
But
this is,
hmm.
yeah, tell me.
This is not similar to redirection, right?
No, that this is not redirect. Now the thing is, when you are, now this is just an example, right? But when I'm working with a website and I want to tell my users that this is not the endpoint, and see, initially I gave them some endpoint, then I change my code, then again my users will not know, right? The endpoint has changed. So I need to give them a feedback that this resource has been permanently moved. So I return that status code. That is error handling again. So I abort with uh, permanently moved status code when people come with that endpoint.
Okay, okay, okay. And sir, this one I'm not able to
This you
mention.
leave it. This you leave it because this question was initially added, and then we thought that this basically does not clear any concept, so we won't ask this question.
Okay. Actually, I'm not getting how this get rendered.
Leave it. I mean,
I'm
even we
very
don't. I mean, even some of us did not get initially, so don't worry about that.
okay, okay. Oh, what is this? This question, sir, what? This is not coming.
Wait, it will come. It is too big document now.
Okay.
It won't come like this. I think you have to reload it.
Anyway, sir, I'm just telling you,
Hmm.
just one small query. When I'm routing through say slash home slash
Hmm.
and then some method,
Hmm.
and when I'm requesting the URL only slash home, it
Hmm.
will give the 404 not
No,
found.
it will work.
Huh?
It will work.
But here it is saying ki this will not return.
Maybe a wrong option. But see, the thing is, when you define, see, where do you define in app.route? Where do you use in URL tab browser?
Hmm.
Okay, so when you define the forward slash, trailing forward slash in app.route, you can use in the URL with or without. But if you do not define in the app.route, you cannot use in the URL.
Oh. Actually, it is happening here. Okay, in app.route, I am not defining, but URL I am asking that trailing forward slash. That is why
Then
it is
it
not
will not work.
throw error.
It will throw error, not found.
Okay, okay. And this one, this one question 19. So this one, although, what does it mean, sir? This one,
What does it mean? Okay.
this question, sir.
Mhm. So there is
Although
one
without
page.
this I can able to solve, but I don't know what does it mean. Fab lang.
Favorite language.
It is a variable.
Yeah,
I can pass anything, right?
yeah. In the app.route last third line of code, right? It is slash feblan, right? So it is a variable.
So it is a variable. I can pass anything, there,
Hmm.
right? Like this. Just 1 minute, sir. I'm just finding that problem. Just search.
Okay, thanks, Kavita. Thanks for your feedback. Everyone who's there, please give a feedback after the end term, okay? We will really love to see what can be improved, what was there.
So one feedback I would give is like for the assignments,
Mhm.
like if post the deadline, maybe some like the marks could be reduced instead of just straight away giving a zero. For instance, like the deadline is, for example, Friday, and if I submit it on Saturday, then maybe like 80% or I get 70% of overall marks.
Okay.
Am I able to convey what I'm
Yeah, yeah,
trying?
I get it.
Like because otherwise we get a straight away zero, which hampers a lot with the overall course,
Mm.
and like it will basically ease off the pressure and also give some buffer.
And
That
even
I understand.
uh,
See that, yeah. Tell me, Yogendra.
if if one student misses one lab assignment,
Hmm.
then there is no point to pick up in another assignment. Means if you have missed one, then definitely you are going to miss another one.
Mm-hmm.
I missed week 3 and 4, then I couldn't catch up with the.
Okay.
I missed all the assignments.
Yeah, so maybe
All
like a
the
buffer for like sort of a penalty for a late submission, something like that, instead of just straight away becoming zero.
Okay. Let me have a discussion on this.
Yeah.
So this problem.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, reasonable suggestion, Arjun. But let me see, because see, what happens is we process the submission in bulk, right? So we'll have to, if one deadline is set, then again a deadline with for the late submit people who have late submitting late, then again processing those. So kind of overhead on our side. But let me have this discussion. Okay, we'll try to do something.
Yeah, please. Thank you, sir.
Huh. Okay, this question.
Yeah.
So you are setting a variable called numbers, right? So in Python, you want to create a variable, you simply write the variable name equals to and assign whatever you want, right? But in Jinja, when you want to create a variable, you have to, again, everything done, if you're trying to add brains to HTML, that has to be done in code block, right? Curly braces, percentage sign. Okay, so HTML doesn't have brain. It is not a programming language. It will only render what is given to it, right? Now you are trying to add a programmatic component that is assigning variables and everything that HTML by itself does not understand, right? So therefore, that has to be done in curly braces, percentage sign. Okay, and how do I create a variable in HTML? I have to use this keyword called set. Okay,
Okay.
so this you understood. Okay. Now what we are doing is we are taking this list of dictionaries called studs or students, short for students. Okay. We are mapping it with attribute mark. Right. So you see that in the studs, every object of the stud list has this attribute called mark. Okay.
Hmm.
So what it will do, it will take all the mark attributes of it, and when you map this, it creates an object. Okay, and then you convert it into list. So what happens
Okay.
is it will take this stud dictionary, sorry, list of dictionaries or list of objects. Okay, it will select all the mark attribute values of mark attribute, that is 92, 88, 62, and 98. Okay, it will create a list of that, and this list, basically this list will not take care or will not really worry about whether this 92 is a single number or it is a different number. It will take all the individual digits, individual characters as a comma separated values. Okay, you're getting? So till this point, till list, what do I have? Numbers is actually a list of all the numbers ranging that are appearing in this 92, 88, 62, and 98. So what is basically numbers? It will be 9, comma 2, comma 8, comma 8, comma 6, comma 2, comma 9, comma 8. Getting?
Okay.
All right. And then what you are printing?
Sorry, why does it do that?
So this is how the list works in Jinja.
Oh, it's not making a list like a Python list. It
92,
is
comma 88, comma 62. It won't do that.
okay.
Okay, it will take individual characters, so it will break down all the characters that it could find and create individual character list. Okay, now in this list, which one is maximum? 9 comma, so what are the different numbers we have? 2, 6, 8, 9. Which one is maximum? 9.
Mm.
Which one is minimum? 2. That's all. So this temp will have 9 and 2, sorry, 2 and 9, because numbers min and numbers max.
Okay.
Okay, now let us go for T1. Is T1? Okay, so first is the output. So output where you will get 2 and 9. Okay, and the input, sorry, the other one, out template T1, since it is, see, it is simply printing I, all right, for studs, but it is also printing this with white space control, right?
Hmm.
So what it will print basically, it will print all the dictionaries without any white space. Okay. So
No,
print
sir.
out dot render, print template T1. So this is the T1 that I want to do. Studs dot studs. Okay.
No, sir. If I understood correctly, uh, in the first temp, when I'm setting the numbers as a variable and I'm passing starts, pipe it to map to mark and make it a list. Then if I do up to this, then what my list will contain? Only 2, 6, 8, 9, these four numbers.
No, 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 no. It will contain this. Wait, I will give you. So I'll be just writing the numbers, but these will be strings. Okay. So what it will contain is this. I'm just typing it in chat. This it will contain all the numbers broken into single characters.
So if I take a print of that temp, then I will find this.
Numbers, print of numbers.
Print of numbers, then I will find this.
Right. Okay, then what are you printing basically? Minimum of numbers and maximum of numbers. So it
2
will be
and
2
9.
and 9.
Now,
Okay.
up to this part, when I am passing this output template to temp, and I am render this passing the starts, then what will print? It will print 2 and 9.
Yeah, it will print 2 and 9.
But it will printing, sir, the full 62 and 98.
62 and 90. Why is that?
This full and this full.
Attribute, mark, and list.
It's not parsing to individual characters, but rather the entire 2 byte string.
That will by itself happen when you map. So why is that doing this? See, the list of 92, 88, 62, and 98 will happen by map itself. Okay, mapping with attribute mark, attribute mark. But then again, you form the list. So list will not let individual characters leave, right? That is what is happening. I'll have to check. Okay, basically, what is the option? I'm just worried. I mean, I'm just looking about the second one. Second one is printing as it is, right? Completely everything.
Second one is just taking this T1 for I starts. Startsman, and it will die. It will not look at this. It will look at this and keep on printing of the list first, second, third, fourth.
Fine. Okay. First one. We'll have to check once a minute. I'll get back to you with this question, okay? According to me, answer should be 2 and 9.
Okay. And so
without any gap, that to like 2 no space 9 because of that continuation.
Can you scroll? Can you take me to the question? No, there will be gap.
Because you have that no space, right?
See, because we are not rendering, we are printing.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
There will
sorry
be
for that.
gap. So this template has a gap, so it will be printing gap.
it will take this gap, right?
So the output on terminal will have gap. If you render it, it will not have gap.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. So in this question, the next question, I just want to understand what this index underscore name is doing here.
Okay.
This is a table, and I can select the option by last line itself, but I just want to understand what this index underscore name is doing here. What is this function?
It's just making the search more efficient. That's what the task of the index is.
Sorry?
What index does it just makes the search more efficient. Like instead of going to each and every tuple, what index allows it could maybe within a few jumps it can reach the.
But the output, there is no index underscore name. It's generated as a separate column.
No,
If that is not,
no, it's an override, right? It will be created in the database. The index, database index will be created.
but already I have the ID, na?
Which ID?
This ID. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3.
No, that's a primary key. That's a primary key. What you're talking about is index. Index will help us to navigate and select the rows that are that can be retrieved faster. Only a subset of the table, subset of the tuples.
That means for this means truncated table will have a unique index number.
And all people with, let's say, voters like age greater than 18, right? Because your database could have also kids who are 5-year-old, 6-year-old. So what it is doing is it's first selecting people who have age greater than 18 and also selecting only name and mark, nothing else. Because your course also, right? So it's taking a subset of the rows and subset of the columns and then creating an index.
And this index I'm not able to see. It is in the database.
Yeah, you'll be able to see that.
But if I not able to see, then how do I search? Means as it is helping me in the searching.
It's like a data. It's like a data structure in the backend, like a dictionary, right? It's like a mapping of. We use hash functions to map some value key to some value, right? Similarly, like the database makes an index like a data structure and uses that data structure to efficiently find the corresponding tuples.
Actually, what you can see is if you run the query without the index, it will take more time. But if you create the index and run the query, it will take less time. If you put a timer, you'll be able to see. Yeah, that's the probably the proof you'll see that how index helps to retrieve data faster.
Okay.
I think this was covered in DBMS also. Index is never a part of database.
Yeah, it was DBMS course last term.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you can explain this problem, sir. This one.
Okay. So there's app search with methods get, okay, and request.ask.getQ. right? Query queue result details.query.filter details.content.like query dot all, and a return render template result q equals to q details equals to results. Okay, and results equals to details. So this is the details table. Details dot query dot content like query. So do you find query anywhere? Can you scroll down? Okay. Okay, so query is a variable here. All right, so what it is doing is, so if you see here, this query, right? So basically, if you look at URL, the one that is hit, right? HTTP 127.0.1:5000 search q equals to Java,
Hmm.
right? So basically, I mean, should have provided a question mark here, right? So instead of forward slash, there should be a question mark. So this is a misprint actually. So what we are doing is we are passing on the argument through URL. Okay, and when we are doing that, how do we take that argument through Flask? It will be we are using request.args.
Yes.
Right now, if I want to get particularly, either I can use get method or I can just use the dictionary way of doing it, right? Square braces and in the bracket the key.
Hmm.
Okay, so here what I've done is in the, can you go to the route? So here what I've done is q is equals to request.args.get q. Okay, so this is one way of getting directly the key and its value. So what will be the value here? Q equals to Java, because that is what I've sent here, right? Q equals to Java.
Hmm.
So Q equals to Java will be stored, and what will be the query? It will be percent Java percent, right? It is string, right? Just adding two concatenating strings. So it will be percent Java percent. Now percent Java percent is simply a string to Python, but in case of SQL, it is a wildcard.
Let's say it can come anywhere in the paragraph.
Yeah. So anything can be before this, anything can be after Java. So that's why it will look for those content where Java is there. Okay, so you
Hmm.
can see 1 and 3 will be taken. So 1 and 3 will come in the results. Okay, and then we
Okay.
are only iterating through and printing it. So what are we printing? Title. So we'll get introduction and basics, I guess.
Yes. Yes. Correct. Okay.
Nice question. Except that
Question mark.
slash question mark p equal to Java.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So other way to I could do the endpoint slash q.
Slash q, yes.
Yeah.
Then you will not use that request.query.get. Sorry,
Right.
request.args.get.
Right. Right.
Okay. Then the last part, sir.
Hmm.
Just few questions.
Few questions, okay.
Only few questions.
Sir, we are passing because there are students like Samit are here. Otherwise, you would fail.
Oh, yes. This one, sir. This question number 69.
Hmm. Yeah.
Sir, what this view function name means, that I am not able to.
See, what do you put in URL for?
Generally give the means the path.
No,
Encoding.
that you give in redirect.
I think for encoding.
Mm-hmm.
I think for encoding the URL.
No, that is okay. But see, let's say I have done something with one endpoint and I want to redirect to other
It
endpoint.
will be function name.
Yeah. So let me just write this. Okay, I'm writing something on chat. Give me a minute. So this is my function statement. So what is happening? This def my home is mapped with /home URL. Okay.
Hmm.
Now, if I want to redirect to this place, okay, I'm at a different URL and I want to redirect to this route. What will I do? In the last part, I'll just use return redirect. Yes. You getting? I'm at a different endpoint. I just created this endpoint before and I'm at a very different endpoint. At the end of the endpoint, I want to come to this endpoint, right? Redirect. So what
Yes.
this home. So what I'll do, I'll just return redirect /home.
Hmm.
Okay. The other way of doing it is using URL for return redirect URL
Oh,
underscore.
then I'll pass the function name.
You pass the function name. So you will just pass my underscore
Home.
and bracket is
Because to access the my underscore home, I have to first access the decorator.
yeah. So basically you can read it now. If you read this, redirect URL for view function.
Okay, okay, sir.
So within URL for, URL for what? The function that is mapped with it. That is why in URL for the view function comes.
Hmm. Right. Okay.
So, sir, this will work even in the Python file as well as the HTML file.
Yes.
So even in the HTML, we will have to use the view function name in the URL.
No, but generally in HTML, you will use it for rendering a template or just using the static image and everything. Because see, my home is defined in Python. It is not defined in HTML.
Yeah, but the question was for HTML, right?
Question was for HTML?
Yeah, it had, I think.
Okay, go ahead, go there. You are, yeah, it will work.
So it will work in HTML as well.
Yeah. Just the user has to be defined.
Okay.
Hmm.
Basically, URL for works everywhere. So, it is a global function, no? You have to just import it from Flask. Okay, even in HTML, I can not only use it for going to some endpoint, I can also use it for uh, as a part of image SRC, right? So in the SRC also, I can write URL for image name, folder name, static, something like that.
Yes, this I used in one of the assignment.
Hmm.
Okay. So this question, this 71, it asks for the above student table, which of the following columns would be the most appropriate for the indexing? So doing the indexing, sir, how do I select? Is there any criteria? Means which column
Yeah,
I need to index?
yeah. There are multiple criteria, but
So here the filtering is on department, right? So it makes sense to, because our subsetting of the rows will be based on department. We are
Yeah.
interested in biology students, so it makes sense to do the index on department. Roll number, by being the primary key, will always have an index. So I think department is the candidate given the query.
Because it is shortening the table. That is why you are saying, right?
Not certainly, it will help us retrieve the data faster. That's the goal of index.
So
Yeah.
for a use case, we wish to filter by the department. So that is why we will create an index on department.
Correct. If a query was where Aadhaar number greater than something, then the answer will be Aadhaar number. So it depends on the context.
That means I'm always do the indexing where the filter is there.
Yeah, generally, yes. And what the DBA does is, obviously you are only one user. They'll look at 100 users in an organization. They'll analyze all the queries against all columns, all tables, and see there are certain columns that users are using the most, and it is not a primary key. Then they will define an index, so that way the performance will of the database gets tuned. That's typically what the DBA does.
How you link to the primary key? What happens if it is a
No,
primary?
I said non-primary key. Primary key by default will have an index. I'm talking about what happens is when a lot of users are running the queries, if you're doing some filtering on a column which is not primary key, then database is taking a lot of time, your query is taking a lot of time, right? And let's say out of 100 users, DBS sees that 50 users are using that popular column, which is not a primary key, then he or she will define an index. So that way all those users will get benefit with faster response, right?
Suppose instead of filter on department, if somebody filter on Aadhaar number, will you set the index on the Aadhaar number?
Yeah.
Then the Aadhaar number itself is a unique in nature. Then what the index will do?
Well, Aadhaar number,
Department
you
is
are maybe in this case unique, of course, but you could be doing filtering not equal to, or yeah, if you're saying you are searching a person by the Aadhaar number equal to something, you take a $1 or whatever, then yeah, so that will help you to locate the record faster. I don't know, sir, would you like to comment?
It could, like, instead of going to each and every tuple and matching the Aadhaar number, what it could do is, like, for example, it is greater than 100. So it will directly go beyond 100, the part beyond 100. Then it will check again. Similar
It
to
will
like
create a, it will create a
binaries.
BST, right? If it can create a
Yeah.
BST, it'll do it faster, right? With the login time, we'll get the answer.
Trying to open the revision session link.
Actually, these questions are primarily from like DBMS part.
Yeah, I think some of us took it last time, so it's just fresh. If you ask it next time, probably it will vanish. It will go out of our L1 and L2 cache.
That is happening with me. I've taught, I'm not sure where I've taken DBMS before. It's quite
The
long.
first it goes to register, then it goes to then finally HDD, then finally goes anywhere. It gets deleted.
Okay, anyways, a lot of questions will not be framed on core DBMS concepts. So don't really worry about this. Don't put a lot of time in just getting the idea of these questions. Rather, the questions that I discussed are more relevant to AMDEF. So
This is
no,
the
it's okay. I'm just browsing through. These are the thing I
right.
just
I get it. I get it. Yeah. But it's just like you're going through the questions and might be spending questions on, time on questions that are not really directly related to AMDEF, right? So that is the reason.
What you can do is, like, based on the scenario, you can see, like, you can just think of indexing makes it more efficient to search, and just check, like, if we want to filter by department, then just choose department as the attribute to be indexed.
See, attending this session worked like an index. Now you know what to focus on, right? The time is limited.
The time is very limited. It's 27 is gone. 28 almost.
So don't scare us, sir.
okay. That's what I have. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, fine. So we pretty much covered, all corners of where questions can come from. So I hope just go through these sessions one more time, the last one and this one, and it will.
Only things are that some theoretical question from the week 10, 11 that I don't know.
Yeah, week 11. See, it's more of just go through the slides. That's all. You don't need to
Just if you have less time, sir, just can you discuss a little on login?
log in, Flask login.
Yeah, because that part I
Flask login or logging, ing or in.
Logging, I think.
login.
Login that 10, 20, 30, 1, info and all that stuff, right?
Oh, okay. But
One question,
there is one screencast on that, and that is more than sufficient.
sir. If you explain, then it will be easy. Then again, what is the screencasting means it's difficult. Because you explain, we understand very well and quickly.
So see, basically we are using logging for getting the hits of the URL. right? So might not make sense at this point, but when you have an application deployed, okay, and you want to keep a track of what are the URLs that are being hit most. So this is where logging comes into picture. Okay, and then there are levels of logging. One of it is debug, warning, error, danger, and all those things, right? Info. So some logins are only there for getting the information that won't harm in any way, right? But then there are warning levels, uh, which will uh, which will flag the log if it satisfies the warning level, something like that. Okay, so there are various levels, and then we set those levels on what kind of endpoint, or sorry, what kind of log should be set. It's just like Python, writing a Python program. If log equals to something like this, then you will, then you can flag it this way.
So there is one question. If you can discuss that, I think it will clear to us. Shall I open that?
Uh, okay, go ahead.
Last
But the thing
question.
is, the thing is on logging, this screencast is literally helpful. You can just go through it and you will get the idea. Okay, just go through it,
Okay.
have a look at it. If it is not clear, then probably we can have a discussion on that. Okay.
Sir, if you discuss this thing, and then I will go to that, because after that there is no session, and
No, no,
over
I'll be
discourse
available
or
on
mail.
Discourse. I'll be available on Discourse. Don't worry.
So through discourse it is difficult, sir. Always. I'm just giving 1 minute. I will text.
Sir, will I able to get this recording? Actually, it is not available on YouTube.
Yeah. So that's what I said, Vinay. So the thing is, this session is not being live streamed. So what I'll do is, once this session is done, I'll
Okay.
add it to the YouTube playlist. Okay.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
So you just discuss this question, then get the answer.
And sir, will you share sir that,
No,
that
this
file
is
here or in the supplementary content?
what? What do you
Uh,
want me to share?
that PDF file that you for today's session.
Yeah, definitely. I will. I'll share everything. Everything that I take in session is open source, shared. Okay.
Okay.
So don't worry, I'll share it. Hey, this is login, man. That's why you asked LOGIN or LOGING. Okay, anyway, we'll talk about this question. Okay, so I was speaking about logging, ING.
No, I'm asking for the login.
Okay,
Okay,
fine.
I made it.
Fine. Anyway, that's why I was referring to a screencast that talks about logging. Let's go. All right. So, which of the following is a valid Python code to create your login session for a user and delete the session when the user logs out? Okay. So here the first one is app.route. The endpoint is login with method get, and then it simply returns index.html and logout session.pop. See, the thing is, what happens is in the login framework or any session management, what happens is, so let's say when you have a Python module created, app.py, okay, and you set some variables, let's say name equals to others and course equals to mad1. Okay, you set the variables. Now that variables are created within that module app.py. Okay, now where can you use those variables or those defined variables within the module? Anywhere you can use, because they have a global scope. All right, but can you use those variable to any other different module
No, directly not. I have
directly?
to.
You have to import. That is one thing. Okay, but let's not talk about import. Just directly using the variables. Okay, that is not possible. And this is what the session do for us. So when we log in into the application, it creates a session for us. Why is this session important? And what is it here? The browser. The browser creates the session for us. Okay. Now in that session, all the credentials about the user is stored. Okay. So let's say I type in my username, I type in my password. So these two things will be hashed and stored in the session. And what is session basically? Session basically is a data structure, a dictionary you can call it, because let's say it will be username, a dictionary, username, name, password, password, like that. Okay, a simple dictionary structure. So this is basically a dictionary which is stored internally by the browser. Okay, and what information is stored whenever a user logs in. Okay, and you remember, you might be remembering the thing that we create a secret key for a session. So what is that secret key doing? That secret key, and the information that we are putting in as the login credentials are getting hashed and stored in the session. Okay, why are they hashed? Because we don't want anybody, because see, I go to the browser inspect, and I see, go to the networks, and I go to other cookies and sessions. I can see that, okay, the information is there. Okay, that's why this information is readily accessible to anyone, right, who's having the access to the browser. So what is done? This information is therefore hashed. Okay, so that the information is accessible by the user who's working on that application in the front end and directly at the server, because server will definitely need those credentials to um, uh, verify and authenticate whatever it wants to do, right? So whenever I log in, I will create, I can assume that there is a session dictionary created internally in the application. Okay, and since it is a dictionary, I can add a new variables to it, right? I can add new keys to it. So if you go to the second option, so in the second option, do you see this session username? Okay, so assume that session is an empty dictionary created when you open the application. Okay, application that is using login framework. So what is this login framework? In our case, we are just simply using sessions from Flask. So you can import those sessions from Flask, right? From Flask, import Flask and session. Okay, so Flask by itself create this dictionary, empty dictionary, whenever we try to log in. Okay, now you see that if I want to, for any dictionary, let's say my dictionary name is session, if I want to add a key called username and give it a value, what do? I do this thing, right? Session username equals to value. You getting? Now what is this value? This value is being taken from the form, right? So let's say I have a form called login form. Okay, I put in my name, I put in my password. Okay, and then I add, when I click on post, right, when I click on submit, this post will be hit, and what will happen? The username is stored in the empty dictionary of session, just like this option number 2, line number this, if the first line after request.post, right? Similarly, I can save my password, session square bracket password equals to request.form password. All right, now when this information is stored in the session, it is hashed with the help of secret key and stored. Even if I close the window, the session remains stored. That dictionary remains there intact with the browser. Okay, this means if even if my module is changing, I can use the same variable, because then it is having the browser scope. Okay, the system scope is there. Okay, now leave it about the scope. Now the thing is, and this dictionary that I'm creating, that the browser is creating for me, can be accessed by simple call of dictionary, right? Session, username, session, password, and everything. Okay. Now you see that when this session username is added, it is stored in the session that is created by browser. This means I can also check whether it is there or not, right? So if I check if session dot username, if it is there, it will return true. This means that username is there in the session, and based on that, if username is there, then only I can delete it, right? So if something is there in the session, then only I can delete it. It won't delete an empty session, right? So if you go to next option, the correct option, so in this option, what is happening? See, first you go to the login route, okay, where the method is get. So when the method is get, you render a form. Okay, you render a form, and then there is input, and there is only username, and there is this type submit. Okay, so you put in your username. So request.form username will have whatever name you put. Okay, and when you click on submit, the post will be hit. Okay, and then see the way it is storing session is session username equals to request.form username. All right, this means that the username is stored in the dictionary in my browser, which is named as session. Okay, now if it is stored, then only I can delete it, right? Therefore, if you go to this logout, it will try to remove this value, right? Session.pop, which is a general dictionary method popping, right? If username is there, it will pop it, or it will be none, right? So this one makes sure that username is there. If it is there, it will log out. Okay, if it is not there, session, it will not log out, right? It will not, I mean, it will throw error generally, but you're talking about a default value. Either you pop the username or it is none. Okay, then you can render index.html. Again, in index.html, what is happening here? We are checking if session username is there. If it is there, then you are logged in. That is what we are trying to do, right? Because if, for example, by mistake my windows, this particular window gets closed, I I know my information is gone, but my session is again restored. So if I again go back to my endpoint, it will directly lead me to the dashboard rather than again asking me to log in, because it will only ask me to log in if the session is empty. Getting?
But sir, yeah, I thought ki this question have a answer D, none of this.
Okay, why is that?
Because there is two things that I have a doubt. First one is the app.route login method. You are using the post, but you are not mentioning in method there is a method called post.
Okay.
Will it be allowed?
Okay, okay. Definitely not. Okay, okay.
This
This
is
is what is all right. Yeah.
this is one. And the second thing is that when I am using this route logout, then will it not check whether login is required or not or something? Mean, how do I know? Means
No,
I
no,
am
no. See, login required basically makes use of this session dictionary. Okay, login required is something that is imported from Flask login, which is specific framework. Here we are not using that framework. We are using simple Flask sessions. All right. So basically, what it does is that's what, right. So in this logout endpoint, what it does, it pops username only if it is there.
But whether if it is there or not, before popping out, it will not check, or I will read this both statement key. I'm in route logout. That means I'm already in
Yeah, so
through
see,
login.
if you that is done by this none, right? So if you can write if user name in session, then you session dot pop username, that you can do if you don't want to give none.
Oh, you're telling ki I am not checking this if condition because I am by default I am using none, so that error will not come.
Right. So if you don't want to, if this none confuses you, you can add that if condition. No, if username in session, then you pop. Otherwise, you say that it is not there. So that condition, failing of that condition by itself says that you need to first log in to actually have username in the session. So therefore, we don't need that decorator at the rate login required.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
Fine. So yeah, so in the live session that we had taken, we took Flask login, and it actually wraps around this same session and give us those methods already, which we can directly use, right? So we had that login user, logout user, current user, right? We had not created all those methods. We already had them because Flask login had those. Here, when using simple sessions, we don't have all those methods. That's why we have to see, instead of logout user method, calling that logout user method, I had to personally go and pop that particular name from the session. right? In Flask login, what did I do? I simply said logout user. That's all. I called that method. Getting no?
Yeah, yes.
So that's what we did. Yeah. So these are two different ways of handling sessions. One is directly by Flask sessions, and second by using the framework. We saw by using framework because that does not involve all this intricacies where I also explained that what the current user is, what is user loader is, things like that, and got logged out myself for half an hour.
Correct.
Right. So those are the things we did. Okay, fine.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, fine then. So anyone else, any other doubt? Okay then, fine. So we'll close this session here, and yeah, it was really good session, quite good discussion, right? Just have a look at it later once again. It's a pretty long session, but yeah, you can go ahead and have.
But this YouTube, the video you will load in calendar, right?
I will load in calendar. Meaning?
Means if I want to go through this session again, means there's couple of things.
Yeah. So
Where
I guess I'm not sure about calendar. I'll just ask. Okay, but it will be available in the playlist that we had, right? Jan 23 YouTube playlist.
Oh, that means I have to go through that. Okay, actually.
Playlist. Let me share. Wait. The link to playlist. This is the playlist, Jan 23, right? So we have all our sessions here. It is missing the previous revision and today's. So these two videos will be added.
I can find this here only, right?
Yeah, it will be here.
Okay.
Okay, and I will also add this PDF file, Jamboard, and again all the codes that all the VS Code thing that I've did today as a zip file in the supplementary content. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, all right, then probably this is our last meeting, one-on-one. So best of luck for your end term, and yeah, so I'll be available on Discourse. Put your query there. I'll try to solve as fast as soon as possible. Okay, and for those who have yet to give your vivas and projects, best of luck for that too. Probably I might take for one or two of you, so vivas. So let's see. Okay then. All right, everyone. Thanks everyone. Thanks for joining. We'll close this
Thank
session.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Good night.
sir. Good night, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.